Elena Carter never expected her Tuesday afternoon to end with a date proposal from the coldest man in luxury architecture. Yet here she was, standing in the gleaming lobby of Cross & Co., her fingers clamped white around her portfolio. "Mr. Carter," the receptionist called out. "Mr. Cross will see you now." Elena straightened her slate-gray dress, took a deep breath, and pushed through the heavy walnut doors. The corner office on the 43rd floor was far from welcoming. Floor-to-ceiling glass offered a sweeping view of Chicago. The furniture was minimal, but so luxurious, she suspected one of the leather chairs could cover 6 months of her office rent. Behind a granite desk sat Julian Cross, every bit as immaculate as the rumors claimed. At 38, he'd built a globally renowned architecture empire, famous for designing buildings as sharp and distant as his personality. His cool silver-gray eyes flicked over her as Elena approached. "Your proposal? Interesting," he said without preamble. "But I need more than interesting. I need convincing." Elena swallowed and took the seat across from him. "Mr. Cross, my firm specializes in brand strategy and corporate image transformation. And my image," he cut in, "needs saving after the employee lawsuit, I presume." She didn't flinch. "The public sees you as aloof, unfeeling. We need to reveal a different side, the man behind the glass towers. A real heart." Julian's laugh was dry. "You assume I have one?" "You do," she said firmly, locking eyes with him. "Some people just hide it better." Silence stretched until he suddenly stood. "There's a fundraising gala tomorrow night, hosted by the Innovative Architecture Society. My board's been pressuring me to attend, with someone who makes me seem human." He paused. "You want to prove your strategy works? Join me, as my girlfriend. One night." Elena blinked. "I came here to discuss business, not play PR theater. You'll have 5 hours to implement your strategy. In return, I'll consider your contract. Simple transaction." He shrugged, watching her closely. "Unless your confidence doesn't match your pitch." She knew a challenge when she heard one. This account could save her firm, especially after her former partner left, taking half their clients with him. But pretending to be Julian Cross's girlfriend, the same man who reportedly refused to send flowers to an assistant's funeral because it was sentimental waste, was another matter entirely. "Omni," she said, her tone sharpening. "Professional boundaries stay intact, and you give my proposal serious consideration." He nodded once. "Deal." As they shook hands, Elena was caught off guard by the warmth in his grip, for someone supposedly made of steel. Outside, her phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. "Wear red. Power is the game, and I never lose." Elena narrowed her eyes, half annoyed, half intrigued. She typed back, "Neither do I." Easy, the game had begun. But neither of them yet knew. In matters of the heart, there are no winners. Only the brave who dare to risk it all. Elena's third-floor apartment in Chicago's West Loop wasn't large, but it was meticulously organized, much like the woman who lived in it. Tonight, though, it looked like a tornado had passed through. Dresses draped over chairs, heels scattered across the floor, and in the center of the chaos was Elena Carter, spinning in front of the mirror in a black cocktail dress she clearly wasn't convinced about. On the couch, Maya, her longtime best friend and colleague, watched with a mix of curiosity and mild horror. "Let me get this straight," Maya said, sipping her wine. "You're about to pretend to be Julian Cross's girlfriend? Julian Cross, the ice king of modern architecture, just to land a branding contract?" Elena didn't stop adjusting her dress. "It's not pretending. It's a live demonstration of my strategy, a real-time proof of concept." You know, there's an article online about how he once told employees not to laugh too loudly in the office because it disrupted efficiency? And you're walking into the biggest architecture gala of the year with that man? Elena opened her closet again, pulling out a red dress. "He texted me to wear red." Maya squinted. "And you're taking his fashion advice now? That doesn't sound like the Elena Carter I know." "This isn't about him," Elena replied, holding the dress up to the mirror. This is about image. Red is bold, it's memorable. If I'm going to convince a room full of elite architects that Julian Cross is emotionally accessible, every detail needs to work in my favor. Maya exhaled. And what if he actually has feelings? He doesn't, Elena replied too quickly. He approaches everything like a building, angular, calculated, and no room for unpredictability. At exactly 6:58 p.m. the next evening, a sleek black Lincoln pulled up outside Elena's building. The driver stepped out, polite and professional, and handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a delicate sapphire bracelet. Elegant, understated. Attached was a handwritten note. Presence is part of the message. J.C. Delaney stared at it for a moment, then slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, confused, intrigued, slightly unnerved. When the car pulled up in front of the Astoria Hotel, the venue for the fundraiser, it wasn't the driver who opened her door. It was Julian himself. He wore a perfectly tailored tuxedo. The lobby's warm lighting glinted off his silver cufflinks. Their eyes met, and for a fraction of a second, his perfectly neutral expression flickered. Something, almost human. "You followed instructions," he said, gaze dropping briefly to the bracelet. "Don't get used to it," Elena replied, adjusting her clutch. The corner of his mouth lifted. Not quite a smile, but something close. "Shall we begin our performance, Miss Carter?" She took his arm. "Lead the way, Mr. Cross." Neither noticed the cameras clicking steadily behind them. The grand ballroom of the Astoria Hotel shimmered under crystal chandeliers. Marble pillars, hand-painted ceilings, and the soft notes of a live string quartet filled the space with elegant detachment. Elena entered on Julian's arm, his hand resting gently at the small of her back. Not too intimate, but just enough to stake a quiet claim in the eyes of the crowd. "Remember," he leaned down, voice barely above the music. "Don't show fear. These people can smell pretense, like blood in the water." Elena didn't flinch. "I know how to read a room, Mr. Cross. That's why you brought me, remember?" Julian glanced sideways, a flicker of amusement in his gaze. "Impress me, then." She didn't need to be told twice. Elena moved through the room like a seasoned diplomat. She chatted with industry leaders, laughed with investors, and asked pointed, thoughtful questions that left even the most aloof designers momentarily intrigued. At each table, Julian remained close, sometimes silent, sometimes dryly witty, but always watching her. Not like a strategist monitoring success, like a man watching something he couldn't quite explain. "Julian, you've been hiding her," said a silver-haired man approaching with a champagne flute. "I've tried to drag you to events like this all year, and now you show up with a woman who actually smiles?" Julian inclined his head slightly. "Walter Kensington, chairman of Cross & Co.," he murmured to Elena. "Pleasure to meet you," she said, shaking Walter's hand. "Where on earth have you been hiding her?" Walter grinned. "And how did you convince such a charming woman to spend an evening with you?" Elena responded smoothly before Julian could. "Mr. Cross is surprisingly engaging if you invest the time to look deeper. He's just selective about who gets to see that side." Walter let out a booming laugh. "Ah, you're special. I haven't seen this man smile in a decade, and now, well." Julian's arm subtly tightened around Elena's waist, a silent anchor, or maybe a boundary he didn't want her crossing. An hour later, the dinner service began. Elena and Julian sat side by side at the head table. Candlelight flickered between them, casting soft shadows across fine china and crystal. "You haven't touched your food," she said softly. "These events aren't about eating," he replied, eyes still fixed ahead. "They're about performing." Elena sipped her water. "We all perform, but you're better at it than most." He turned his head. "Psychological profiling wasn't part of our deal." "Neither was a sapphire bracelet," she replied, gently touching her wrist. A pause. Not tense, just full. The string quartet shifted tones. A waltz began to play, delicate and deliberate. Julian stood and extended a hand. "We should dance." Elena hesitated. Dancing meant closeness. and closeness was dangerous. Not physically, but emotionally. "Unless you're afraid," he challenged, quiet but direct. She placed her hand in his. "I don't do fear." As they stepped onto the floor, the ballroom seemed to slow. Julian guided her with unexpected ease, strong, precise, and utterly in control. "You're full of surprises," Elena said, keeping her gaze on his shoulder. "My mother insisted," he murmured. "Said social skills are strategic advantages." "Is that all they are to you? Advantages?" He met her eyes. "Until recently, yes." No more words, just movement, light, and the growing realization that their bodies were too in sync for this to be pretend. When the music ended, Julian held her hand a moment too long. A camera flashed nearby. Elena offered a soft smile. "Looks like we'll be in tomorrow's press." "Good," Julian said, unreadable. "Phase 1 complete." Elena turned to him. "What exactly is your game, Julian?" His smile faded slowly. "Who said I'm playing one?" The morning after the gala, Elena woke in a daze, somewhere between reality and dream. She could still feel the echo of Julian's hand on hers, the look in his eyes as they danced, the way he said, "Who said I'm playing?" She arrived at the office early, though focus remained elusive. While reviewing budget sheets, her phone buzzed. "Julian Cross, can you meet me in 20 minutes? Design studio, 9th floor." She stared at the screen, heart slowing. "I'm free," she replied. Julian stood in warm light among suspended sketches and architectural models. His back was to her, but his voice was crisp. "You came." "Still a potential client," she said evenly. "I have an obligation to hear your proposal." He turned. No suit today, just a white shirt, sleeves rolled up, steel watch hanging loose at his wrist. And somehow, that made him more dangerous. "I have a proposal," he said, eyes fixed on her. "Extend this relationship. Publicly. 6 weeks. Not just one evening. A campaign." Elena arched a brow. "A campaign?" "You and me. A couple. We maintain the momentum. Positive press continues. You get an exclusive branding contract. And after 6 weeks, we part ways. Cordially. Blame it on schedules. No damage. No scandal." She crossed her arms. "You're asking me to fake date you for 6 weeks?" "Not fake," he corrected. "Just emotionally controlled collaboration." She didn't respond. Logic told her this was gold, but emotion whispered, "This is thin ice." "There are conditions," she said. 1, absolute honesty behind closed doors, no games." "Agreed." 2, my firm keeps the contract, regardless of how the relationship ends." "Of course." 3, she hesitated. "We define physical boundaries. Hand-holding, brief hugs, maybe a kiss on the cheek. Nothing excessive." Julian tilted his head. "That won't be convincing. We're professionals, not actors." He stepped closer. "Then let's establish comfort now, to avoid awkwardness later." "Julian, I don't think—" Before she could finish, he was in front of her, one hand at her waist. And he kissed her. Not harshly, not greedily, just precisely, like a blueprint he'd already drafted. And what stunned her wasn't the precision, it was the heat. There was something honest in it, something uncalculated, buried under practiced elegance. When he pulled back, his expression wasn't unreadable for once. It was uncertain. "There," he said quietly, "baseline established." Elena took a moment before replying. "That wasn't part of the terms. Call it negotiation." He stepped back, gaze still steady. A shutter clicked. One of the studio assistants passed by with the camera, unaware of the moment captured. Julian instinctively turned. Elena smiled faintly. "See? Parks aren't the only places for spontaneous authenticity." Julian looked at her, not with assessment this time, but something close to respect. "You're better at this than I expected." "You've barely scratched the surface," she replied, her pulse still racing from a kiss that wasn't supposed to matter, but very much did. 3 weeks had passed since Elena and Julian had struck their strategic arrangement. They had attended 7 public events together, from art exhibits to high-end charity dinners. Every time, the press ate it up. Photos of Julian pulling out Elena's chair, of Elena laughing at something he whispered, of their fingers laced as they crossed the red carpet. The campaign was flawless. And that was the problem, because Elena no longer knew what was real. Tonight, they were preparing for a charity auction supporting architecture scholarships. Elena stood before the mirror in Julian's penthouse, adjusting her pearl earrings. Behind her, Julian emerged from the bedroom, tie still undone. "The dress will silence the entire room," he said, gaze lingering. She turned, smirking. "A compliment? I should record this?" He stepped closer, tying his tie without breaking eye contact. Not a compliment, an observation. He paused. "You look real." She blinked. "What do you mean? This time, you're not performing." She wanted to laugh it off, but something about his tone stopped her. Maybe he was right. Maybe the boundaries they'd drawn weeks ago now only lived on paper. Last week, when Julian won a humanitarian design award, he kissed her, unscripted, in front of the board. No cameras, no PR moment. They never talked about it. She adjusted the silk strap of her gown. Maybe I'm just getting better at playing the part. Julian looked at her with something unreadable, then turned to retrieve his jacket. The auction was packed. Once again, they were the center of attention. Elena smiled on cue. Julian's gaze was intense, but softer, what the media now called a miraculous transformation. When a journalist asked, "What's the secret behind your connection?" Elena was about to answer when Julian spoke first. "She saw something I buried for years," he said, eyes fixed on hers, "and made me wonder why I ever buried it." No script had written that line. No PR manager coached that gaze. Elena barely remembered what she said afterward, but for the rest of the evening, Julian's hand never left the small of her back. Back at the penthouse, Elena slipped off her heels and walked barefoot across the polished floor. Julian poured them wine. She waved it away. "I can't keep doing this." He paused. "Doing what?" "This." She gestured between them. "This arrangement. It's slipping out of my hands." Julian stepped closer. "You're feeling lost?" "No, I'm feeling real," he set the glass down. "I'm not confused, Elena. I know what I'm doing." "Then why did you introduce me to your sister last week?" Silence. "Why is my laptop still here? Why is the coffee in your kitchen made just the way I like it?" Julian came closer, voice low. "You know I don't do emotions well. I live by structure, but with you?" He stopped. "I forgot the structure." She let out a short, breathy laugh. More nervous than amused. "We have 3 weeks left. Or maybe we don't need a deadline." She shook her head, looking down. "I don't know if what I feel is real, or if I'm just swept up in the story I helped create." Julian gently touched her hand. "Elena, I don't think this is fiction anymore. Not from my side." She looked at him, breath caught between logic and longing, the weight of a question pressing against her chest. "Can I dare to believe this time?" Elena showed up at Cross & Co. unannounced on a sky-gray afternoon. Not to talk contracts, not to plan their next public appearance. She came to stop it. Julian was in the private conference room, reviewing a blueprint for a new community center in Detroit. When she entered, he looked up briefly, then fully, as he read her expression. "Elena, we need to talk." He gestured for his assistant to leave. The door closed. Silence took over like a third presence in the room. "I can't keep doing this," she said, voice too even to be natural. Julian didn't look away. "What do you mean?" "This arrangement," she pointed to the space between them, "it's not an arrangement anymore. I'm losing control of my emotions, and I think you are too." He stood slowly, not retreating. "No, I'm not in control anymore." Elena gave a small, pained laugh. "I was the one who set the boundaries. created the conditions, defined the space, and I was the first to break every single one. Then don't call it failure, he said softly. Call it change. Julian, you introduced me to your family. I stayed at your penthouse 3 times last week and couldn't remember if it was for convenience or comfort. Your sister texted me to ask which wine I liked for the holidays. His expression softened. I didn't expect to feel this way. I thought I could manage it all, but then you weren't what I expected. She stepped closer, but didn't touch him. We have 2 weeks left. What if I want to cancel the countdown? Julian's voice was barely a whisper. What if I don't want it to end? Elena turned away. You told me emotions were irrational, inefficient. I believed you. I believed it so much, I started closing mine off too. She paused, biting her lip. But I can't anymore. Then let me say what I haven't dared for 3 weeks, Julian said, stepping toward her. I care about you. Not because of a deal, not because of image, but because I like who I am around you. She didn't reply. Her eyes shimmered. But if you don't feel the same, I won't hold you to anything. I respect your choice. Some voice in her head screamed, run, stay safe. But her heart, weary of walls, said nothing. You've broken every rule we set, she whispered. And I'll keep breaking them, he said, if it means I get to keep you. Elena lifted her chin, met his gaze. No stage, no cameras, just them. I need time, she said. I'll wait, Julian answered gently, but not as part of any strategy. This time, I'm waiting for real. She nodded once, then turned and walked out. She didn't know what waited on the other side of this choice. But for the first time, she wasn't trying to control it. 2 days had passed since that conversation, but the distance between them wasn't measured in time. It was in silence. A silence that wasn't quite an ending, but not a beginning either. Then, on Thursday evening, an invitation to the National Architecture Fund Gala arrived in both their inboxes. A reminder that if anything remained unresolved, tonight would be the moment to decide. The Astoria Hotel shimmered with light, just like the night they first met. But this time, Elena stepped out of a taxi, alone. She had declined Julian's offer to arrive together. I'll come separately, she texted. I need to walk in alone tonight. She wore a simple black high-neck dress, elegant, understated. On her wrist, the sapphire bracelet glinted softly, the first artifact of their act. But tonight, she wore it not for strategy, but because without it she would have felt unfinished, exposed, like she was walking into battle without armor. Inside the hotel, her heart pounded as she crossed the marble lobby. Questions spun through her mind. If I came to end this, why did I wear my best dress? Why am I still thinking about the way he looks when no one's watching? Elena, she turned. Julian stood behind her, in the same tuxedo he always wore. But tonight, something in his face was different. Not guarded, not cold, just real. I wasn't sure you'd come. I wasn't sure either, she admitted. Before you say anything, Julian said, voice low, I want to show you something. He extended his hand. After a beat, Elena placed hers in it. They didn't walk into the ballroom. Instead, Julian led her to the top floor, the penthouse suite reserved for high-profile guests. The space was empty, except for a long table covered in newspapers, photos, printouts, and neatly handwritten notes. Elena approached slowly. The articles were all recent. Julian Cross, the unexpected philanthropist, how one woman changed the face of a legend. Beneath them were note cards, scrawled in careful handwriting. She drinks black coffee, but never after 4 p.m. She smiles when someone mentions her hometown. Ask about her father, it still hurts. Elena turned, voice unsteady. What is all this? At first, Julian said, I told myself it was research. For the performance. But then I started noticing things no one else would see. Things that had nothing to do with PR. Just you. He stepped closer, eyes solemn. You think I don't care. But this is how I care. Not with flowers, not with pretty speeches, but with attention, with remembering. Elena inhaled, willing herself not to cry. Why? Because I knew that if I didn't, I'd lose something real. For the first time, I wasn't building something from steel and glass. I was building something from feeling. Julian paused. But you don't owe me anything. If you want to walk away tonight and file this under professional experience, I won't stop you. No pleas, no drama. Elena looked down at the bracelet on her wrist. It wasn't just a symbol, it was a story of caution turned curiosity, of lines crossed 1 inch at a time, and everything she'd pushed down for weeks crashed into her at once. You're wrong, she said softly. I do owe you something. His fingers twitched slightly. What? Elena looked up. The truth. That I lost control too. That I've memorized the way your voice changes when you're tired, the way your eyes soften when you talk about your mother, the way you stand just slightly closer than necessary, like you want more, but don't dare ask. He stepped closer, close enough to touch him. I didn't come here to end it. I came here because I couldn't imagine going forward, pretending anymore. I came here to begin. For the first time since they met, Julian didn't reply with words. He stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her, not as a statement, not as a move, just as a man finally reaching what he's been too afraid to admit he wants. No script, no flashbulbs, just two people in a room no one else would enter, choosing each other. Not for strategy, not for optics, but because pretending not to feel had become too painful to bear. And as they left that room, still holding hands, no one said anything more. They didn't need to, because for the first time there was no one watching, no target provided, just the two of them, with a clear choice. A year later, Elena's company, Carter & Brand, was now featured on every firm-to-watch list in strategic communications. They had opened 2 new offices, one in Boston, another in Austin. Her team had only doubled in size, but their client base had grown 5-fold. She no longer ran every campaign herself. She chose her projects carefully now. She kept the ones that made her feel something, not just the ones that paid the most. She had learned to trust instinct, not impulsive emotion, but the quiet voice of the heart. As for Julian, he was no longer the ice architect on magazine covers. Cross & Co. had pivoted sharply toward community-focused projects, schools, libraries, public art centers, buildings he once would have dismissed. He started hosting guest lectures for architecture students, often ending with a line that lingered in the room. Emotion doesn't weaken structure, it's what makes it last. They still attended events together, but now no one asked whether they were real, because the way Julian looked at Elena when she walked into a room said more than any press release ever could. The sapphire bracelet still circled her wrist, but next to it was a platinum ring. Simple, elegant, given to her by Julian on a quiet evening with no candles, no grand gestures. Just a soft question. Do you trust it this time? She had said yes. Tanya, Elena's best friend, had once warned her, don't play with fire unless you're ready to get burned. Elena had thought about that often. And then she realized, some fires aren't meant to destroy. They're meant to warm, to light the way, to soften what once was rigid. Julian had once been a concrete fortress, cold, sealed, unyielding. Now he was a space with windows, warmth, and a path that led all the way to the heart, unlocked. One quiet Sunday, they walked along the river. No photographers, no press. Julian handed her a coffee, black, no sugar, but this time with a hint of cinnamon. Trying something new, she asked. No, he replied. You once told me your mother loved the smell of cinnamon in winter. Elena looked at him, quietly moved. That's why she loved him. Not for the big gestures, but for the smallest details, like the first notes he ever wrote. In the end, real love doesn't need a strategy. It doesn't need a script. It just needs the courage to begin and the quiet decision every single day to stay
Millionaire freezes when he sees a girl with a birthmark like his. Sir, are you my father? Before we dive into the story, drop a comment below and tell us where you're watching from. Enjoy the story. Rain pattered against the windows of Brexton Cafe as Blake Anderson loosened his tie with a weary sigh. Another day, another multi-million-dollar deal closed. Success had become routine, almost boring. At 38, he had everything money could buy, yet something essential remained, missing. Blake glanced at his watch, 7:30 p.m. The boardroom tension still clung to him like the dampness outside. He needed this moment of peace before returning to his empty penthouse apartment. The usual Mr. Anderson? The barista smiled, already preparing his Americano. He nodded absently, his attention caught by something through the rain-streaked window. A small figure huddled under the cafe's awning. A child no more than 6 sitting alone on the wet sidewalk. Something about her solitude bothered him. Children shouldn't be alone at this hour, especially in this weather. Hold that coffee, he told the barista heading outside. The little girl looked up as his shadow fell across her. Large brown eyes studied him with surprising composure for someone so young. Her clothes were neat but obviously worn, her small backpack clutched protectively against her chest. Are you okay? Blake asked, crouching to her level. Where are your parents? I'm waiting for my grandpa, she replied confidently. He's late sometimes. Blake nodded, noticing how she tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear. A gesture so familiar it made his chest tighten oddly. I'm Blake. What's your name? Madison Parker, she said, extending her small hand with adult-like formality. Parker. The name hit him like a physical blow, but surely it was just coincidence. Well, Madison, it's getting dark. How about we wait inside where it's warm? I'll buy you hot chocolate while we wait for your grandpa. She hesitated before nodding, gathering her backpack. As she reached for his offered hand, her sleeve pulled back, revealing a distinctive crescent-shaped birthmark on her wrist. Blake froze, his breath catching. That birthmark, identical to his own, identical to his mother's, was a rare family trait. That's an interesting birthmark, he managed, his voice suddenly hoarse. My mom had the same one, Madison said simply. I never met her. She died when I was born. The world seemed to tilt beneath Blake's feet. Your mother's name, was it Jessica? Madison's eyes widened with surprise. Yes! Did you know my mommy? Blake steadied himself against the wall, memories flooding back. Jessica Parker, his first love, the woman he'd lost touch with after college. Madison, when's your birthday? February 12th, she answered, exactly 9 months after he'd last seen Jessica. My daddy's name was Blake too, Madison continued innocently. That's what Grandma told me, but he went away before I was born. In that moment, standing in the rain with a child he never knew existed, Blake Anderson's carefully constructed world shattered completely. Blake stared at the DNA results on his desk, the clinical confirmation of what he'd suspected since seeing Madison's crescent birthmark 2 weeks ago. 99.9% probability of paternity. The words blurred as he ran his hands through his hair. This is impossible, he muttered, though the evidence was irrefutable. His assistant Rachel knocked softly before. Entering his office, the investigator called. He found Jessica's death certificate and... She hesitated. Madison's birth certificate. You're listed as the father. Blake's throat tightened. Why didn't she tell me? We may have broken up, but this. According to her, parents she tried. They said she called your office dozens of times. Blake frowned. I never received any messages. Rachel placed a folder on his desk. I checked our records from that period. There were indeed calls from Jessica, but they were all marked handled by your Uncle Harold. Blake's stomach dropped. Harold had been his mentor, guiding Blake's career after his parents died. The idea that his uncle might have deliberately kept Madison from him seemed unthinkable. There's more, Rachel continued. I found these in the archived files. She slid out several envelopes addressed in Jessica's handwriting. All unopened, all marked, returned to sender in handwriting Blake recognized as Harold's. He intercepted her letters? Blake whispered, fury building inside him. It seems so. And there's something else. Harold restructured your inheritance around that time, making him executor until you turned 40 or... Rachel paused. Or what? Or until you had a family of your own. The pieces clicked together with sickening clarity. Harold had controlled Blake's substantial inheritance for years. A child would have ended that arrangement immediately. Blake stood abruptly. I need to see my uncle now. Harold's corner office exuded power, much like the man himself. At 65, he remained imposing, his silver hair perfectly styled, his expression calculating as Blake entered. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? Harold asked smoothly. Blake tossed the DNA results onto Harold's desk. Did you know? Harold glanced at the paper, his expression unchanging. About your indiscretion with that Parker girl? Ancient history. Not so ancient. I have a daughter. Harold's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. A regrettable situation, I'm sure, but hardly relevant to the company. You kept her from me, Blake said, his voice dangerously quiet. You hid Jessica's calls, returned her letters. Why? Don't be dramatic. You were 25, poised to take over as CEO. A child would have derailed everything we worked for. Everything you worked for, Blake corrected. You had no right. Harold leaned forward. I protected your future. That girl was never good enough for you or this family. Her child would only be a distraction. Her name is Madison, Blake said, through clenched teeth. And she's my daughter. Be reasonable. Harold's voice hardened. What exactly do you plan to do? Play daddy to some girl you've never met? You know nothing about raising a child. Blake turned to leave, pausing at the door. I'm meeting with my lawyers tomorrow. I'm filing for custody. Harold's laugh was cold. You really think a workaholic bachelor with no parenting experience stands a chance? Don't throw away everything for some misplaced guilt. Watch me, Blake replied, closing the door behind him. The Parker residence was modest, a small craftsman house with faded blue paint and a well-tended garden. Blake sat in his luxury car, palms sweating as he rehearsed what to say. This wasn't a business negotiation, this was his daughter. After 3 deep breaths, he finally approached the door. An elderly man with kind eyes answered. Robert Parker, Jessica's father. Mr. Parker, I'm Blake Anderson. I believe you're expecting me. Robert's expression was guarded but not unkind. Madison's excited to meet you properly. She hasn't stopped talking about the man with the same birthmark. Inside, Martha Parker sat stiffly on the couch, her disapproval evident in every line of her face. Blake couldn't blame her. In her eyes, he was the man who abandoned her pregnant daughter. Mrs. Parker. He nodded respectfully. You look just like your pictures, Martha said flatly. Jessica kept them all. Blake's heart twisted at the mention of Jessica's name. Before he could respond, Madison bounded into the room, stopping abruptly when she saw him. You came, she said, surprise coloring her voice. I promised I would. Blake crouched to her level. I brought something for you. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a silver locket containing a photo of Jessica he'd found in his old college albums. That's my mommy, Madison whispered, touching the picture reverently. It is. Blake agreed, throat tight. I thought you might like to have it. Madison studied him intently. Are you really my dad? The directness of her question caught him off guard. Yes, Madison, I am. Where were you before? No accusation in her voice, just genuine curiosity. Blake glanced at the Parkers, then back to Madison. I didn't know about you, sweetheart. If I had, I would have been here, I promise. As Madison showed Blake her room, his phone buzzed repeatedly. 12 missed calls from Harold. He silenced it. She has your smile, Robert observed when Madison disappeared to fetch her drawings. She has Jessica's eyes, Blake replied softly. Robert nodded. Jessica always said you'd come back someday, even at the end. The words felt like a knife to Blake's chest. I would have if I'd known. Well, you're here now, Robert said. Question is, are you staying? Before Blake could answer, his phone lit up with a text from Rachel. Emergency. Harold filed legal injunction claiming guardianship conflict. Lawyers waiting at office. Martha appeared in the doorway. Your real life is calling, Mr. Anderson. Madison doesn't need another disappointment. Blake pocketed his phone. This is my real life now, Mrs. Parker. I'm not going anywhere. As if summoned by his words, Madison returned, her smile so like his own. Can you come back tomorrow? She asked hopefully. Blake took her small hand in his. Tomorrow and every day. After that, if you'll let me. For the first time in years, he knew exactly where he belonged. Daddy, you're doing it wrong. Madison giggled, watching Blake struggle with her hair ties. His fingers, skilled at signing multi-million-dollar contracts, fumbled with the simple task of creating pigtails. Sorry, sweetheart. I've never done this before, Blake admitted, attempting once more to secure her dark curls. 3 weeks into his new role as Madison's father, Blake was learning that business acumen counted for nothing in the world of parenting. Bedtime routines, school lunches, and now hairstyling. Each day brought new challenges. Perhaps I can help, a voice offered from the classroom doorway. Blake turned to see Madison's teacher, Olivia Chen, watching with amusement. Morning drop-off had become the most stressful part of his day. Would you mind? He asked gratefully. With practiced ease, Olivia fixed Madison's hair while explaining the technique. Blake watched intently, determined to learn. There you go, Madison. Why don't you join the others at the reading corner? Olivia suggested. Once Madison was out of earshot, Olivia turned to Blake. How are you holding up? Is it that obvious I'm drowning? He asked with a self-deprecating smile. All new parents struggle, she assured him, even those who've had 6 years to practice. Blake's phone buzzed. Another text from Harold. He ignored it. Listen, Olivia lowered her voice. Madison's been drawing pictures of you in art class. She told everyone her daddy came back from a long trip. That's progress. A small but significant victory that made Blake's chest swell with pride. Thank you for telling me that, he said sincerely. Parents' night is Thursday, Olivia mentioned. I know it's short notice. I'll be there, Blake promised immediately. As he left the school, his lawyer called. Harold's pushing for a psychological evaluation, claiming your sudden interest in Madison is a midlife crisis that could harm her stability. Blake's jaw tightened. He's getting desperate. There's more. He's scheduled an emergency board meeting, suggesting your family situation is affecting company performance. Back at his office, Rachel waited with a stack of files. I've rescheduled your meetings to accommodate Madison's school hours and found these. She handed him parenting books and information on local father-daughter activities. Blake was momentarily speechless. Rachel, this is... Thank you. One more thing. She hesitated. Harold's been meeting with Jessica's ex-boyfriend from after you two broke up. I don't know why, but it can't be good. Blake nodded grimly. Learning the rules of fatherhood was challenging enough. Doing it while fighting an increasingly hostile uncle was exhausting. That evening, as he tucked Madison into bed, she asked drowsily, Are you going to go away again? No, Madison, Blake said firmly, kissing her forehead. I'm not going anywhere. For the first time since discovering her existence, Blake felt like Madison might actually believe him. Blake found the box tucked away in Jessica's old room, forgotten in the corner of the Parkers' attic. Inside were dozens of letters, all addressed to him, all unsent. We didn't know about these, Martha explained, her previous coldness softening slightly. Jessica must have written them during her pregnancy. With trembling hands, Blake opened the first letter, dated 8 years ago. Blake, I have news that will change everything, Jessica had written. I'm carrying our child. I've called your office 17 times. Your uncle says you're too busy to speak with me. I don't believe him. Each letter revealed more of Jessica's journey, her determination to reach him, her hope that he would come back, her love for their unborn child. The final letter, written just days before her death, broke him completely. I still believe you. Would have wanted to know her. I've named her Madison. She has your birthmark, Blake. Someday I hope she finds you. Grief and rage warred inside him. Harold hadn't just kept him from his daughter. He'd stolen Jessica's last years from him too. At his office, Rachel waited with grim news. Harold leaked documents to the press suggesting you're pursuing Madison for tax benefits. It's all over the business blogs. Blake's phone rang. Madison's school. Mr. Anderson, there's been an incident, Olivia explained. Some children were teasing Madison about the news articles. She's quite upset. When Blake arrived, Madison sat alone, tears streaking her face. Tommy said you only want me for money, she whispered. Is that true? Blake knelt beside her. Never. You're the most important person in my life. But you're always working, and you get mad when I mess up. The words stung with truth. Despite his intentions, Blake had been impatient when Madison spilled juice on important papers, distracted during their time together by constant work emergencies. I'm still learning how to be a good dad, he admitted. But I promise to do better. That evening, Harold appeared at Blake's door uninvited. This charade has gone far enough, Harold said, dropping a folder on the table. Jessica was seeing someone else when she got pregnant. There's a chance Madison isn't even yours. Blake's blood ran cold. The DNA test can be manipulated, Harold interrupted. The Parkers are desperate for financial support. Think about it. When Harold left, doubt crept in despite Blake's efforts to ignore it. Why had Jessica never mentioned anyone else? His phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. I know the truth about Jessica. Meet me tomorrow. Alone. Attached was a photo of Jessica with another man, dated during the time they were supposedly together. Blake stared at the image, the ground shifting beneath him once again. Everything he thought he knew about Jessica, about Madison, about his newfound purpose, suddenly none of it felt certain anymore. The cafe where Blake agreed to meet the mysterious messenger was nearly empty. A man approached, mid-40s, disheveled, with a hungry look in his eyes. You must be Blake Anderson, he said, sliding into the seat. I'm Mark Stevens. I dated Jessica briefly after you two split. Blake studied him warily. You sent the photo. Harold paid me to, Mark admitted bluntly. 10 grand to say I was with Jessica when she got pregnant. He has more photos, all doctored. Blake's relief was immediate, followed by disgust. Why are you telling me this? Because Jessica deserved better, Mark said quietly. She never got over you. Even when we dated, your name was always on her lips. When she found out she was pregnant, she ended things with me immediately. Did you know her when she had Madison? Mark nodded. I was there the day she died. Her last words were about you, that she was finally going to find you, introduce you to your daughter. The revelation hit Blake like a physical blow. All these years, he'd thought Jessica had deliberately kept Madison from him, when she'd been fighting to reach him until her last breath. After Mark left, Blake drove straight to the company headquarters where the board meeting was already in progress. Harold was mid-presentation when Blake entered. Clearly distracted by personal matters, the company needs stable leadership. I'd like to address the board, Blake interrupted. Harold's face reddened. This is highly irregular. I'm still CEO, Blake reminded him coolly. Facing the board members, Blake made the decision that had been forming since he first saw Madison's birthmark. Effective immediately, I'm taking a 3-month leave of absence. My daughter needs me, and I need time to be the father she deserves, Harold scoffed. This proves my point exactly. No, Uncle, Blake continued. It proves I finally understand what matters. For years I've put this company first. Missed holidays, relationships, life itself. I won't miss being Madison's father, too. The boardroom erupted in murmurs. Harold slammed his fist on the table. You're throwing away everything your father built. I'm saving what matters most, Blake countered. This company will be here in 3 months. My daughter's childhood won't wait. Later that evening, Blake sat with Robert Parker on the porch swing, the old man's arthritis-twisted hands clutching a worn photo album. Jessica kept a diary, Robert said. opening to a page where a small key was taped. She locked it away before she died. Said if anything happened to her, we should give this to you someday. The small diary, retrieved from a safety deposit box, contained Jessica's most private thoughts, her unwavering love for Blake, her determination that Madison would know her father. The final entry, dated the day before she died from complications during birth, read simply, "Tomorrow I'll have our daughter in my arms, and soon after I'll find you, Blake. We'll be a family at last." As Blake closed the diary, his phone rang. It was his lawyer. "Harold has filed for emergency guardianship of Madison, claiming you're mentally unfit. The hearing is set for next week." The battle lines were drawn. Blake wasn't just fighting for his daughter anymore. He was fighting for the future Jessica had died believing in. "Higher, higher!" Madison squealed as Blake pushed her on the swing, her laughter carrying across the park. These Saturday morning outings had become their ritual over the past month, a simple pleasure that neither took for granted. Blake checked his watch. No urgent calls, no meetings. For the first time in his career, work wasn't his priority. The leave of absence had been the right decision, despite Harold's continued legal maneuvers. "Watch me jump," Madison called, launching herself from the swing with fearless abandon. Blake's heart leaped to his throat until she landed safely, grinning triumphantly. "Careful, sweetheart," he cautioned, though he couldn't help smiling at her adventurous spirit, so like Jessica's. "You worry too much," said a voice behind him. Blake turned to find a woman watching them, her expression warm with recognition. "Sarah Williams," she introduced herself. "I was Jessica's best friend." Recognition dawned. "From the photos in Jessica's room," Sarah nodded. "I've been hoping to meet you. The Parkers told me you're fighting for Madison." They sat on a bench while Madison played nearby, Sarah sharing stories that filled crucial gaps in Blake's understanding of Jessica's final years. "She created this memory box," Sarah explained, handing him a small package. "For Madison's important milestones, Jessica recorded videos, wrote letters for her birthdays, graduation, even her wedding someday." Blake's throat tightened. "She thought of everything." "She never doubted you'd find each other eventually," Sarah said softly, even when everyone told her to move on. Later that afternoon, Blake and Madison sat surrounded by Jessica's memories, photos, trinkets, and recordings that brought her presence into the room. "Mom was pretty," Madison observed, touching a photo reverently. "The most beautiful person I've ever known," Blake agreed, inside and out. They watched a video Jessica had recorded shortly before Madison's birth, her voice strong despite her obvious fatigue. "Madison, my sweet girl, if you're watching this, know that you are so loved. Your father would have adored you as much as I do. Find him someday." Madison looked up at Blake, her eyes shining with tears and something else understanding. "She wanted us to be together," she said simply. "More than anything," Blake confirmed. That evening, as he tucked her into bed, Madison studied him thoughtfully. "I made something for you," she said, pulling a drawing from under her pillow. The crayon artwork showed 3 figures, a tall man, a little girl, and a woman surrounded by stars. "That's you, me, and Mom watching from heaven," Madison explained. Blake swallowed hard. "It's perfect." As he turned to switch off the light, Madison's voice stopped him. "Good night, Dad." 3 simple words that shifted his entire world into perfect alignment. "Good night, sweetheart," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Outside Madison's door, his phone buzzed with a text from his lawyer. "Harold withdrawing guardianship petition. Victory." Blake smiled, tucking the phone away. The real victory was sleeping peacefully in the room behind him, finally calling him Dad. Blake stared at the quarterly reports, the numbers swimming before his eyes. 3 a.m., and he was still working, desperately trying to save the Miller account that had mysteriously started to unravel during his absence. His phone buzzed, an urgent email from the board. 3 major clients had threatened to withdraw their business, citing instability in leadership. Harold's fingerprints were all over this. The kitchen light flicked on, revealing Madison in her pajamas, clutching the stuffed elephant he'd given her. "Why are you still awake?" she asked, rubbing her eyes. Blake closed his laptop. "Just some work, sweetheart. What's wrong?" "I had the dream again, about Mom." Blake pulled her onto his lap, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. These nightmares had started after Harold had sent a reporter to Madison's school, the resulting article questioning whether a workaholic bachelor could provide proper care. Grandpa's coughing got worse, Madison whispered. Grandma was crying. Blake's stomach tightened. Robert's health had deteriorated rapidly in recent weeks. Pneumonia, the doctors said, but Blake suspected. The stress of Harold's constant legal maneuvers was taking its toll. "We'll visit them tomorrow," Blake promised. Morning brought more complications. Olivia called as Blake was making breakfast. "There's a social worker here," she said, her voice tense, asking questions about Madison's home life. Blake's jaw clenched. "Harold." "Blake, they're saying Madison seems distressed at school. You need to come in." At the school, the social worker, clearly primed by Harold, questioned Blake's ability to balance work and parenting. Olivia defended him fiercely, her hand occasionally brushing his in silent support. The contact sent unexpected warmth through him. Their growing closeness had been the one bright spot in recent weeks. "Thanks for having my back," Blake told her afterward. "Always," Olivia replied, her smile making his heart race in a way he hadn't felt since Jessica. That afternoon, Martha, Parker called in tears. Robert had been hospitalized. "They're saying it's his heart now," she sobbed. "Blake, we've been Madison's whole world. If something happens to Robert." The unspoken question hung in the air. Would Madison move in with Blake permanently? Blake arrived at the hospital to find Harold already there, speaking quietly with a doctor. "Trying to undermine me with the Parkers now?" Blake demanded once the doctor left. Harold's expression remained calm. "I'm genuinely concerned about Robert's health. Unlike you, I'm not using a child as a pawn." "You manipulated everything from the beginning," Blake hissed. "You kept me from Jessica, from Madison. And look at what's happening now that you're involved." Harold interrupted. "Robert's health failing, Madison having nightmares, your company losing millions." Blake flinched. Harold pressed on. "Face it, everyone was better off before you decided to play daddy." The doubt that Blake had been fighting crept back in. Was Harold right? Was he making everyone's lives worse? His phone chimed. The Miller account was officially pulling out. Millions in revenue gone. Everything was falling apart, and Blake wasn't sure how much longer he could hold it all together. The boardroom fell silent as Blake entered. 14 stern faces turned toward him. Harold at the head of the table, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Glad you could join us, Blake," Harold said coolly. "We were just discussing the company's future." Blake had rushed from the hospital, where Robert's condition had stabilized but remained serious. The emergency board meeting, called without his knowledge, felt like the final piece of Harold's elaborate chess game. "What's this about?" Blake demanded. The board chairman cleared his throat. "Given recent developments, we've voted to temporarily remove you as CEO, effective immediately." The words hit Blake like a physical blow. "On what grounds?" Harold slid a document across the table. "The Miller account's departure triggered a domino effect. We've lost 4 major clients. Stock is down 17%. Clients you pressured to leave," Blake countered, anger rising. "That's a serious accusation," Harold replied calmly. "Do you have proof?" Blake didn't, and they both knew it. A knock interrupted them. Blake's assistant Rachel entered, her face pale. "I'm sorry, but you need to see this," she whispered, handing Blake her tablet. On screen was a breaking news story. CEO's secret past. Blake Anderson abandoned pregnant girlfriend. Accompanying it was a fabricated email, allegedly from Blake, to Jessica, declining any responsibility for her pregnancy. "This is a lie," Blake said through clenched teeth. "I never wrote this." Harold feigned concern. "The timestamp matches when Jessica tried to reach you. Perhaps you've forgotten?" Before Blake could respond, his phone rang. Martha Parker. "The reporter showed us the email," she said, her voice brittle with anger. How could you? All this time pretending you didn't know. Martha, it's not true. We don't want you near Madison anymore, she cut him off. Robert and I are filing for permanent guardianship. The room spun around Blake. In one brutal stroke, he'd lost his company and potentially his daughter. Outside the boardroom, Olivia waited, her expression grave. The school received calls from concerned parents, she said quietly. The principal feels it would be best if you didn't attend the father-daughter dance tomorrow. You don't believe this garbage, do you? Blake asked desperately. Olivia's hesitation was answer enough. I want to believe you, Blake, but the evidence. Evidence Harold fabricated. I need to think about what's best for Madison, Olivia said, stepping back. Maybe we should take a step back from us, for now. By evening, Blake sat alone in his apartment, surrounded by the toys and books he'd bought for Madison's planned visits. His phone buzzed with a text from Martha. Madison's been crying since she heard the news. She doesn't understand why you lied. A knock at the door revealed Harold, looking almost sympathetic. I came to offer a solution, he said smoothly. Resign permanently as CEO, sign over your voting shares, and I'll make the story disappear. The Parkers will let you see Madison occasionally. Blake stared at his uncle, the man who had systematically dismantled his life. Why? Blake whispered. Why destroy everything I care about? Harold's facade cracked, revealing the bitterness beneath. Your father chose you over me despite my sacrifices. I built this company while he coddled you. Then he left everything to his precious son. As Harold left, Blake realized he'd lost everything. His company, Madison's trust, Olivia's support, and the future he'd begun to believe in. The photograph of Jessica stared back at him, her smile a painful reminder of all he'd failed to protect. Blake sat alone in his childhood home, a place he'd avoided for years. Dust sheets covered the furniture, memories lurked in every shadow. After losing everything, he'd retreated to the one place Harold couldn't touch, the modest house his parents had owned before his father's business success. A week had passed since his world imploded. No calls from Madison, no responses to his texts explaining the fabricated emails. His lawyer's attempts to counter Harold's narrative had met brick walls at every turn. Blake pulled out Jessica's diary, reading her words again, searching for something he might have missed. Her final entry still haunted him. We'll be a family at last. I failed you, he whispered. I failed Madison. He wandered through the silent rooms, eventually finding himself in his father's old study. The family photo on the desk showed happier times. Blake at 10, his parents smiling, Harold standing slightly apart, his expression unreadable. Had the resentment always been there? How had Blake never seen it? On impulse, he opened his father's desk drawer, finding old business files, family documents, and a sealed envelope addressed to him in his father's handwriting. Inside was a letter dated 2 days before his father's fatal heart attack. Blake, I fear Harold's influence on you is becoming unhealthy. He sees the company as his life's achievement, not a means to create meaning and value. Remember why we built this company, not for wealth or power, but to create something lasting, something that matters. Don't let ambition steal your chance at happiness. I've watched you follow Harold's path, putting success above relationships. Don't make my mistakes. I lost years with you pursuing what Harold convinced me was important. It wasn't. You are. Blake sank into his father's chair, the truth washing over him. He'd spent years becoming the man Harold wanted him to be. Driven, ruthless, alone. Exactly what his father had warned against. The doorbell broke his reverie. Rachel stood on the porch, clutching a thick folder. I've been worried about you, she said, stepping inside. And I found something. The folder contained evidence of Harold's manipulation. Intercepted communications between Jessica and Blake going back years. Financial records showing Harold's systematic appropriation of Blake's inheritance, and most damning, Harold's recent communications with the clients who'd abandoned Anderson Enterprises. How did you get these? Blake asked, stunned. Harold's Assistant likes me better than him, Rachel replied with a small smile. There was enough evidence to prove Harold's deception, potentially regain control of the company. Yet as Blake reviewed the documents, he realized something profound. The company no longer seemed important. I've been chasing the wrong things, he said softly. What matters then? Rachel asked. Madison. Being the father she deserves. Blake stood, sudden clarity filling him. Harold took everything because I valued the wrong things. My father tried to warn me. Jessica knew what mattered. She always did. He pulled out his phone, opening the photo of Madison's drawing. The three of them as a family, Jessica watching from the stars. I know what I need to do, Blake said. That night, he drove to the cemetery where Jessica was buried. He'd avoided coming here, afraid to face the magnitude of his loss, but now he needed to connect with her. Kneeling beside her grave, Blake spoke from his heart, telling her about Madison, her smile, her laughter, her strength so like her mother's. He spoke of his regrets, his anger at Harold's betrayal, his fear of losing Madison forever. I won't let him win, Blake promised. Not this time. I'll fight for her, not with money or power, but with the truth, with love, the way you would have. As dawn broke over the cemetery, Blake felt something he hadn't experienced in weeks. Hope. Harold had taken his company, his reputation, even temporarily Madison's trust. But he couldn't take Blake's determination to be the father Jessica had believed he could be. Standing, Blake made a silent vow to the woman who had never stopped believing in him. He would reclaim what truly mattered, not his company, but his daughter's heart. Blake stared at the weathered oak door of the Parker residence, steeling himself for rejection. The evidence folder Rachel had assembled felt heavy in his hands. Truth. That could clear his name but might not heal the hurt he'd caused. Martha answered, her expression hardening instantly. I told you not to come. Please, Blake said quietly. 5 minutes. For Madison. Something in his voice must have reached her because Martha stepped aside reluctantly. The living room was silent except for the steady beep of medical equipment. Robert had been discharged but remained bedridden, an oxygen tube snaking across his weathered face. You shouldn't be here, Robert said, though without the anger Blake expected. Blake placed the folder on the coffee table. I didn't know about Jessica's pregnancy. These documents prove Harold intercepted her calls, returned her letters, fabricated that email. He's been manipulating all of us for years. Martha leafed through the papers, her hands trembling slightly. Even if this is true, it doesn't change what Madison's going through. She trusted you. I know, Blake acknowledged, and I'll spend the rest of my life earning that trust back if you'll let me see her. Robert and Martha exchanged glances. Finally, Robert nodded wearily. She's at Sarah's house, Jessica's friend, he said. She didn't want to stay here after. Everything. The understanding in Robert's eyes nearly broke Blake. The older man reached for his hand. Jessica would have fought for you, Robert said softly. Go fight for our girl. Sarah's apartment was small but warm, filled with photos of Jessica. She greeted Blake with cautious optimism. She's confused, Sarah warned. She thinks you lied about not knowing Jessica was pregnant. Madison sat on the couch, her small body rigid with hurt when she saw him. The wariness in her eyes, so like Jessica's, cut deeper than any business loss. Madison, Blake began, kneeling before her. I need to tell you something important. He explained in simple terms how Harold had kept him from knowing about her, showing her Jessica's unsent letters, the evidence Rachel had gathered. Most importantly, he showed her the memory box Jessica had created, proof of how much both her parents had wanted her. Your mom never stopped trying to reach me, Blake explained gently, and if I had known about you, nothing would have kept me away. Madison's expression remained guarded. Uncle Harold said you didn't want a kid. That's why you stayed away. Harold didn't tell the truth, Blake replied. I've made mistakes, but not loving you was never one of them. He pulled out a small box. Inside was the deed to his childhood home. I'm moving back here permanently, he explained. It's closer to your school has a big backyard. There's a room waiting just for you. Whenever you're ready. Madison's eyes widened slightly. What about your fancy apartment? Your company? They don't matter, Blake said simply. You do. The first crack in Madison's armor appeared, a tiny softening around her eyes. Can I think about it? She asked quietly. Take all the time you need, Blake assured her. I'm not going anywhere. Olivia was grading papers when Blake arrived at her classroom after school hours. I have evidence clearing my name, he said without preamble. Harold fabricated everything. She studied the documents carefully. I wanted to believe you, she admitted. Madison misses you. She keeps drawing pictures of you in art class. I've made mistakes, Blake acknowledged, putting work before relationships, letting Harold influence me. But loving Madison isn't one of them. Olivia's professional reserve melted slightly. The father-daughter dance is Friday. Maybe you could still come? Blake's lawyer reviewed the evidence against Harold with growing confidence. This is enough to remove him from the board and potentially file criminal charges, she explained. Several board members are already questioning Harold's leadership after the stock plummeted further this week. But Blake had stopped listening, his attention caught by a small detail in one document, a clause in his father's will that Harold had concealed. This says the company was always meant to establish a charitable foundation in my mother's name, Blake realized. The profits were supposed to help children who lost parents, just like Madison nearly lost both of us. The purpose his father had intended for the company, not wealth or power, but creating something meaningful, crystallized in Blake's mind. Later that day, he called a trusted board member. I need your help, Blake explained. Not to get my job back, but to honor what Anderson Enterprises was always meant to be. For the first time since finding Madison, Blake saw the complete picture, not just reclaiming what Harold had taken, but building something better for his daughter's future. The annual Anderson Enterprises Charity Gala gleamed with wealth and privilege. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light over the city's elite as they discussed business deals and summer homes. Blake adjusted his tie, feeling like an outsider. Despite having hosted this event for years, he wasn't CEO tonight, just a man with truth burning in his pocket and determination in his heart. Madison squeezed his hand. Are you scared, Dad? The word Dad still sent warmth through his chest every time she said it. The past 2 weeks had brought cautious reconciliation. Madison spending weekends at his childhood home, slowly rebuilding trust. A little, Blake admitted, but doing the right thing is more important than being scared. Olivia stood on Madison's other side, elegant in a simple blue dress. Her quiet support had become his anchor through the storm. Whatever happens, she whispered, we're with you. Harold held court at the center of the room, playing the benevolent leader. His smile faltered when he spotted Blake. You weren't invited, Harold said coldly, approaching them. Actually, I was, Blake replied. Several board members had privately expressed doubts about Harold's leadership, arranging Blake's invitation to gauge the situation. Harold's eyes narrowed at Madison. Using a child as a prop? New low, even for you. Madison stepped forward surprisingly. He's not using me. I wanted to come. Harold's face hardened. This is hardly appropriate for a child. Neither is lying to separate her from her father, Blake countered. The room quieted as tension crackled between them. Blake nodded to Rachel, who activated the presentation system. The massive screens displayed the evidence. Harold's intercepted. Communications, forged documents, financial manipulations. For 8 years, Blake addressed the stunned crowd. Harold Montgomery kept me from knowing I had a daughter. He intercepted Jessica Parker's messages, returned her letters, and hid the truth. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the room. Harold's face flushed with fury. These documents prove he fabricated evidence to turn Madison's grandparents against me, Blake continued. He manipulated clients to leave the company, forcing the board to remove me. Board members exchanged troubled glances as Blake concluded, I'm not here to reclaim my position. I'm here because my father founded this company with a purpose Harold buried. To help children who lost parents like Madison nearly lost both of us. Harold lunged for the microphone. This is absurd. He's desperate. It's true, came a frail voice from the entrance. Robert Parker stood supported by Martha, his oxygen tank beside him. Their presence silenced the room completely. We've seen the evidence, Martha added. Harold lied to all of us. Harold's composure cracked entirely. This company is mine. I built it while William coddled his precious son. The naked resentment shocked the crowd. 3 board members immediately moved to Blake's side, symbolically shifting allegiance. Harold saw his empire crumbling. In desperation, he pulled Blake aside. Walk away now, he hissed. I'll reinstate you as CEO, give you controlling interest. Just drop this crusade and leave the girl with her grandparents where she belongs. Blake studied the man who had shaped his life. His mentor, his uncle, his betrayer. You still don't understand, Blake said quietly. I'm not choosing between Madison and the company. I'm choosing to be the man Jessica believed I could be, the father Madison deserves. Harold's expression darkened. You're making a mistake. No, Blake replied. That's what I did when I let you convince me success meant more than family. As Harold stormed out, Madison slipped her hand into Blake's. You chose me, she said, wonder in her voice. Every time, Blake promised, lifting her into his arms. The board chairman approached. Blake, we need to talk about the future of Anderson Enterprises. Blake nodded, but his focus remained on Madison's smile, the true measure of his success. The headlines declared victory. Anderson heir reclaims legacy. Family fraud exposed. CEO reinstated after uncle's deception revealed. But Blake knew better than to celebrate. Harold's humiliation made him dangerous, and Blake couldn't shake the feeling that the final battle was yet to come. His fears materialized 3 days after the gala. The Parker home was eerily quiet when Blake arrived for Madison's weekend visit. No Robert in his usual spot by the window. No Martha fussing in the kitchen. Hello? Blake called, unease crawling up his spine. A manila envelope sat on the coffee table with his name scrawled across it. Inside was a court order and a letter. From Martha. We've taken Madison to our lake house. Harold's lawyers contacted us with evidence that your company's financial troubles could impact Madison's future. We need time to think. Please don't follow us. Blake's hands shook as he dialed their number. No answer. The lake house was 4 hours away, and they deliberately left without telling him. His lawyer's voice was grim when he called her. Harold moved fast. He's filed an emergency petition claiming your ability to provide for Madison is compromised. He's leveraged Robert's medical bills. Apparently, he's been secretly paying them, creating financial dependency. He can't take her, Blake whispered. There's more. The board meeting tomorrow? Harold's rallied minority shareholders. He's claiming your emotional instability threatens the company's recovery. He's offering to buy their shares at premium prices. Blake's world tilted sideways. After everything, the truth revealed Harold's deception exposed he was still at risk of losing both Madison and the company his father built. What do I do? Blake asked, desperation creeping into his voice. Choose, his lawyer said bluntly. Fight Harold for the company or fight for Madison. We don't have resources for both battles simultaneously. The choice that had once seemed so clear suddenly felt impossible. The company wasn't just wealth and power. It was his father's legacy, the source of security he wanted to provide for Madison, the foundation for the charitable work he'd planned. Blake drove to his childhood home, mind racing. Inside, Madison's drawings covered the refrigerator. Her favorite stuffed elephant waited on her bed. Evidence of the family they were becoming surrounded him. His phone rang. Olivia. The Parkers called the school, she said. They're withdrawing Madison temporarily. Blake, what's happening? Harold, Blake explained. One last move to destroy everything. After hanging up, Blake sat in his father's study, crushed by the weight of his impossible choice. Fight for the company that could secure Madison's future, or fight for custody of the daughter who had already lost so much. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Rachel entered, her expression grim. You need to see this, she said, placing a tablet before him. On screen was footage from the company's secure server, Harold with Jessica 8 years ago. The timestamp matched the period after she'd discovered her pregnancy. "If you pursue this, I'll destroy him," Harold told a tearful Jessica. "Blake will lose everything. His inheritance, his future. Is that what you want for your child's father?" Jessica's voice shook. "Blake deserves to know about his child." "Then you'll both suffer," Harold threatened. "Consider this my only warning." The footage cut off. Blake stared at the blank screen, ice flooding his veins. "Where did you get this?" "It found it hidden in encrypted files," Rachel replied. Harold kept it as insurance, proof of his threat. Blake's grief hardened into resolve. This wasn't just about him or even Madison anymore. It was about justice for Jessica, who had tried to protect him while fighting for their child. His phone lit up with a text from Martha. "Madison keeps asking for you. She doesn't understand why we left." Another message followed. A photo of Madison, clutching the locket with Jessica's picture, tears streaming down her face. Blake stood, decision made. Harold had given him an impossible choice, forcing him to sacrifice either his daughter or his legacy. But perhaps there was another way, one that would require him to risk everything. Dawn broke over the cemetery, golden light filtering through, morning mist as Blake approached Jessica's grave. He wasn't surprised to find Harold already there, staring contemplatively at the headstone. "You knew I would come here," Blake said quietly. Harold didn't turn. "You always were predictable. Sentimental like your father." Blake placed fresh flowers beside Jessica's name. "I've made my decision. I'm not fighting you for the company." Now Harold turned, triumph flickering across his face. "Finally showing some sense?" "No," Blake corrected. "Finally showing some courage. I'm giving it all away." Harold's expression hardened. "What are you talking about?" "I've transferred my shares to the Jessica Parker Foundation, a charitable trust dedicated to supporting single parents and children who've lost a parent. The paperwork was filed last night." Harold's face paled. "You can't do that." "It's already done," Blake said. "The shares can never be sold or transferred, only used to fund the foundation's work. My father's original vision for the company, before you corrupted it." Harold lunged forward, grabbing Blake's lapels. "You've destroyed everything I built." "No," Blake said calmly, removing Harold's hands. "I've saved what matters. The board will never accept this." "They already have. 4 directors signed on as foundation trustees this morning." Rage twisted Harold's features. "And what about your precious daughter? How will you support her without the company?" "I don't need millions to be a good father," Blake replied. Jessica understood that. She knew what really mattered. The fight seemed to drain from Harold suddenly, leaving him looking old and defeated. "You've chosen a child over an empire." "I've chosen love over power," Blake corrected. "Something you never understood." Harold scoffed. "And the Parkers? They've taken Madison away." "They're bringing her home today," Blake said. "Once they saw the video of you threatening Jessica, they understood everything. The court has already dismissed your petition." Harold's expression shifted to something Blake had never seen before: fear. "That video was private," Harold whispered. "Nothing stays hidden forever," Blake replied, "especially the truth." Harold glanced at Jessica's grave, then back to Blake. "What happens to me?" "That depends on you," Blake said. "Resign from the board, disappear quietly, and I won't press charges. Stay, and I'll make sure everyone knows exactly what you did to Jessica, to Madison, to me." For a moment, Harold seemed ready to fight, but then his shoulders slumped. "You never understood," Harold said softly. "I did it all for the family name." "No," Blake contradicted. "You did it for yourself, and you sacrificed our family in the process." As Harold walked away, Blake turned back to Jessica's grave, placing his hand gently on the cool stone. "It's over," he whispered. "He can't hurt us anymore." A car approached on the cemetery path. Blake recognized the Parkers' old station wagon. Martha stepped out first, followed by Robert. moving slowly with his oxygen tank. Then, the back door opened, and Madison bounded out, running toward Blake, with tears streaming down her face. "Daddy!" she cried, throwing herself into his arms. Blake held her tightly, his own tears falling freely. "I'm here, sweetheart. I'm not going anywhere." Over Madison's shoulder, he saw Olivia emerge from the car, smiling through her tears. Beyond her, the morning sun broke fully through the mist, illuminating Jessica's name on the granite stone. AI, silent witness to the family that had finally, after so many years, come together. 1 year later, Blake stood in the backyard of his childhood home, now transformed with bright flowers and a swing set. Laughter filled the air as Madison chased their new puppy Daisy across the freshly cut grass. The simple joy on his daughter's face was worth more than all the business deals he'd ever closed. "Need a hand with those?" Olivia asked, stepping onto the patio where Blake was arranging cupcakes for Madison's birthday party. "Please," he smiled, pulling her close for a quick kiss. Their relationship had blossomed naturally over the past year, built on shared devotion to Madison and quiet moments stolen between school runs and bedtime stories. "I can't believe she's 7 today," Blake marveled, watching Madison demonstrate to her grandparents how high she could swing. Robert and Martha Parker had become regular fixtures in their lives. Robert's health had improved remarkably once the stress of Harold's manipulations had lifted. Now they came for Sunday dinners and holiday celebrations, the past conflicts dissolving into genuine affection. "Jessica would be proud," Olivia said, softly, following his gaze. "Of both of you." Blake nodded, his hand instinctively touching the framed photo of Jessica that held a place of honor in their living room. They spoke of her often, keeping her memory alive for Madison through stories and traditions. The memory box Jessica had created had become a treasured ritual. Each birthday, Madison opened another letter from the mother she never knew. "Daddy, look," Madison called, pointing toward the driveway where Sarah was arriving with a large gift box. "Aunt Sarah's here," Blake smiled at Madison's excitement. Sarah had become an honorary aunt, bridging Madison's past and present with stories about Jessica that kept her spirit alive in their home. The doorbell rang, and Blake excused himself to answer it. Rachel stood on the porch, now the executive director of the Jessica Parker Foundation. "Sorry I'm late," she said, handing him a brightly wrapped package. "Board meeting ran long. The new scholarship program is launching next month. 15 children who've lost parents will receive full college funding." Blake felt a familiar warmth spread through his chest. The foundation had grown beyond his wildest hopes, helping hundreds of families in its first year. Jessica's legacy lived on in ways he could never have imagined when he'd made that fateful decision to prioritize love over power. "Any word from Harold?" Rachel asked cautiously. Blake shook his head. His uncle had disappeared from public life after their confrontation, reportedly living abroad. The occasional postcard arrived for Madison. Tentative, awkward attempts at connection that Blake neither encouraged nor prevented. She deserved to make her own decisions about family when she was older. "Blake," Olivia called from the kitchen doorway. "It's time." Inside, they gathered around the dining table where a cake adorned with 7 candles awaited. Madison sat in the chair of honor, her eyes bright with excitement. Before lighting the candles, Blake handed her a small velvet box, another tradition they'd started. "This was your mother's," he explained as Madison revealed a delicate silver charm bracelet. "She wore it when she was your age." Madison fastened it carefully around her wrist next to the locket she never removed. "Do you think she can see us?" she asked, her voice small but steady. "I know she can," Blake assured her, emotion tightening his throat. After the candles were blown out and gifts unwrapped, Blake found a moment of quiet on the porch swing. Madison's laughter drifted from inside, where Olivia was helping her try on her new dress. The simple contentment of this moment, a happy child, a loving home, was everything. His phone buzzed with an email from the company board. Though no longer CEO, Blake remained connected to his father's legacy through the foundation. The company was thriving under new leadership, its charitable mission restored. The sunset painted the sky in shades of pink and gold as Blake reflected on the journey that had brought him here. 8 years lost with his daughter. Years he could never reclaim. Yet the future stretched before them, bright with promise. The screen door creaked as Madison stepped outside, sitting beside him on the swing. "I read Mom's birthday letter," she said, leaning against his side. "What did she write?" Blake asked, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "She said to remember that love is the most important thing. More important than money or being important." Madison looked up at him seriously. "Like what you did, right? Choosing me instead of your company?" Blake felt tears prick his eyes at her simple understanding of his most profound decision. "Exactly like that," he whispered. "I think she would be happy," Madison decided, her small fingers tracing the charm bracelet. "We made the family she wanted." Blake pressed a kiss to the top of her head, his heart full beyond measure. Jessica had known what mattered long before he did. But he'd finally learned the lesson she'd tried to teach him, that no success was worth sacrificing the people you love. As the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, Blake and Madison sat together, gently swinging. Not the family he'd once imagined, but the one he was meant to have all along.
The weight of her backpack felt heavier with every step as Anna hurried down the sidewalk, exhaustion settling into her bones after 3 back-to-back classes and an 8-hour shift at the coffee shop. The biting November air cut through her thin jacket, a sharp reminder that winter was approaching, and she still couldn't afford a proper coat. When the No 42 bus pulled up, Anna let out a quiet sigh of relief. She climbed aboard, flashing her monthly pass at the driver, a grumpy middle-aged man with perpetually furrowed brows, before slumping into a window seat. Resting her forehead against the cool glass, she watched the city lights blur together, her eyelids growing heavy. "Wait!" A male voice rang out just as the doors began to close. The driver scowled but begrudgingly reopened them. A young man in his early 20s jogged aboard, slightly out of breath. He wore a plain gray sweater that somehow looked expensive, his dark brown hair tousled by the wind. There was something about his confident posture that made a few passengers glance up. "There'll be $3.50, the driver announced flatly. The young man patted his pockets, his expression shifting from confusion to growing panic. I think I left my wallet at home." His voice faltered, embarrassment flickering across his features. "No money, no ride," the driver said, already gesturing toward the door. "I've got a schedule to keep." Anna observed the exchange, recognizing the unmistakable look of humiliation. She knew that feeling all too well. Without overthinking it, she stood up, walked forward, and reached into her pocket for the loose change she'd received as tips earlier. "Here," she said, extending $3.25. "I've got it." The young man turned to her, surprise evident in his amber eyes. For a moment he seemed about to refuse, but then he nodded, gratitude softening his face. "Thank you. I'll pay you back." "Don't worry about it," Anna offered a tired smile before returning to her seat. The young man took a seat a few rows ahead, glancing back at her occasionally. But Anna hardly noticed, lost in thoughts of tomorrow's exam and whether her mother had remembered to take her medication. What she didn't know was that she had just helped Tom Whitaker, heir to the Whitaker Grand Hotel empire, with luxury properties spanning 3 continents. The same Tom whose face sometimes appeared in business magazines beside headlines about the future of the hospitality industry. As the bus rumbled through the city streets, 2 worlds briefly intersected, neither realizing that this small moment would change everything. The espresso machine whirred as Anna worked behind the counter, her hands moving with the effortless precision of someone who had spent 2 years perfecting the art of making coffee. Even on the most exhausting days, she could steam milk and pour perfect latte art without a second thought. "Grande caramel latte with almond milk," Anna called, sliding the cup across the counter without looking up. "Thanks," a familiar voice replied. Anna glanced up instinctively and froze. Standing before her, wearing the same confident expression, was the guy from the bus. "It's you?" she blurted out. He shrugged, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Told you I'd pay you back." "You didn't have to come all this way just for $3.50, Anna said, still caught off guard. "Maybe I just wanted good coffee too," Tom replied, a hint of something playful in his voice. "I'm Tom, by the way." "Anna," she responded automatically, but before she could say more, Lisa, her co-worker, nudged her urgently. "We've got 6 people waiting on drinks, Anna." "Right, sorry." She turned back to her work, but she could still feel Tom's gaze on her as he stepped away from the counter. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him take a seat by the window, pulling out a book instead of his phone, an oddly refreshing detail. Throughout her shift, their eyes met occasionally, brief glances quickly averted. When the rush finally died down, Anna grabbed a rag and approached his table. "So," she said, smirking, "do you make a habit of forgetting your wallet?" Tom chuckled, closing his book. "Not usually. Yesterday was unusual." "How so?" Anna teased. Tom hesitated slightly before answering. "Let's just say I'm trying something new." Anna raised an eyebrow. "Mysterious?" "Not intentionally," he admitted, his expression turning more serious. "Honestly, I came back for another reason. Yesterday, you were the first person who did something nice for me without expecting anything in return." "It was just bus fare," Anna said, a little thrown by his intensity. "Still," Tom said earnestly, "I'd like to thank you properly. Maybe with coffee, sometime, when you're not working." Anna studied him carefully. There was something about him she couldn't quite figure out, something he wasn't saying, but his eyes seemed genuine. "I don't even know you," she pointed out. "That's the point of coffee, isn't it? To get to know someone," Tom grinned. Before she could answer, her manager's voice called from behind the counter. "Anna, your break's over." She hesitated, then glanced back at Tom. "I'm here most mornings," he said quickly. "Think about it." Anna nodded slightly before returning to work. For the rest of her shift, she found herself glancing at the spot where he had been sitting, but the next time she looked, the seat was empty. And strangely, she found herself feeling disappointed. Mornings at Brew and Bean had become part of Tom's routine. Every day, without fail, he showed up, ordered a black coffee, and settled into his usual seat by the window. At first, Anna told herself it was just a coincidence. But as the days passed and he kept returning, she couldn't deny the truth. She had started to look forward to those fleeting glances and the short conversations they shared when the shop wasn't too busy. "You really like the coffee here that much?" Anna teased one morning as she wiped down the table near him. Tom smirked, stirring his coffee lazily. "Maybe I just like the place for a different reason." Anna rolled her eyes, but the smile tugging at her lips gave her away. After a few weeks, their interactions extended beyond the coffee shop. At first, it was accidental. Bumping into each other at a bookstore, spotting each other at a small diner near Anna's university. But then, the meetings were no longer coincidences. One evening, after Anna's shift ended, Tom was waiting outside. "Want to take a walk?" he asked. She hesitated for just a second before nodding. They strolled through the city streets, the glow of streetlights casting soft golden hues around them. They talked about everything: music, art, places they dreamed of visiting. Anna shared her love for Renaissance paintings, her dream of working in a museum someday. Tom listened, his eyes fixed on her, taking in every word. But when she turned the questions on him, his family, his past, why he left his job, his answers remained vague. "I used to work in business," he said simply, "but it wasn't the kind of life I wanted." Anna sensed he was holding something back, but she didn't press. What she didn't know was that, despite wanting to open up to her, Tom wasn't ready to let her see the full truth just yet. It was late afternoon, and Brew and Bean was busier than usual. Anna moved quickly behind the counter, calling out orders, barely pausing to catch her breath. The rush was so intense that she hardly noticed when Tom walked in. "Cappuccino, please." She glanced up instinctively, a small smile forming before she even realized it. "You again?" Tom shrugged, dropping a $5 bill into the tip jar. "Told you, I like this place." Before they could say more, the door chimed and a middle-aged man in a tailored suit stepped inside. Anna barely registered his presence, but she noticed the way Tom tensed the moment their eyes met. "Tom?" The man squinted, his tone laced with surprise and amusement. "No way." Tom turned away slightly, as if hoping to go unnoticed. "Too late." "Didn't expect to find you in a place like this," the man continued, smirking. "Let me guess, you're experiencing life among the common folk?" Anna frowned, glancing between Tom and the stranger. But before she could ask, another voice cut through the air. Tom Whitaker. A journalist, her press badge swinging from her neck, stood near the counter, phone raised, camera ready. The heir to Whitaker Grand Hotels, slumming it in a local coffee shop. Is this part of some elaborate PR stunt? The room seemed to tilt. Tom Whitaker? As in Whitaker Grand Hotels? The luxury chain with billboards all over the city? Anna turned to Tom, but he said nothing. His silence told her everything. "Anna," Tom started, stepping toward her. She took a step back. "Who are you?" "I was going to tell you," he said quietly, desperation creeping into his voice. "I just needed the right moment." "The right moment?" Anna let out a bitter laugh. "You had weeks, and now I find out from a reporter instead of from you?" The murmurs around the cafe grew louder. Lisa, standing nearby, crossed her arms. "Knew something was off," she muttered. Anna inhaled sharply, trying to keep her emotions in check. She felt exposed, humiliated. Every conversation they'd had, every time he listened to her talk about struggling to pay rent, about her mother's medical bills, Tom had known. He had always known. You lied to me from the start, she whispered. No, I never. Don't, she cut him off. I can't do this. She pulled off her apron, feeling suffocated, and turned toward the exit. Tom could only stand there, watching as she disappeared through the door. And in that moment, he knew. He had lost her. Tom stood frozen outside Brew and Bean, watching as Anna disappeared into the bustling city crowd. He wanted to chase after her, to explain, to make her stay, but how could he, when he had already shattered the trust between them? For the first time in his life, words weren't enough. 2 days later, in the massive penthouse apartment his family owned, Tom stood before his father, Richard Whitaker, the man who had dictated his future since the day he was born. You've caused enough of a mess, Richard said, his tone cool, calculated. The media is circling like vultures. It's time to stop pretending and step back into the life you were meant for. Tom met his father's gaze, steady and unflinching. I'm not coming back. Richard scoffed. And what do you plan to do? Walk away from an empire? All for some barista? No, Tom said firmly. I'm leaving because I refuse to live a life that isn't mine. 3 days later, Tom left the city with nothing but a small backpack and what little savings he had. He didn't know exactly where he was going, only that he needed to figure out who he was without the weight of the Whitaker name. What he didn't know was that, even from a distance, Anna was still watching. 3 weeks had passed since everything fell apart. Anna threw herself into work and school, but no matter how busy she kept herself, she couldn't erase Tom from her thoughts. The question nagged at her. If he was just a liar, why would he walk away from everything? She avoided reading about Whitaker Grand Hotels, but every time she accidentally came across a headline about the missing heir, her heart clenched. One evening, as she set the table for dinner in their tiny apartment, her mother, Margaret, spoke up. You're still thinking about him. Anna sighed, setting down the plates. I don't know. Then why do you still check the news for updates on him? Anna stayed silent. Her mother studied her for a long moment before saying gently, if you really want to close this chapter, you need to hear the truth for yourself. Anna tossed and turned, but sleep refused to come. Her mind raced with conflicting emotions. Anger, confusion, something dangerously close to hope. She reached for her laptop, hesitating before typing his name. Did she really want to open this door again? And yet, before she could stop herself, her fingers moved on their own, searching for any trace of where he had gone. She typed Tom Whitaker into the search bar. Not to find articles about his family, but to track down where he had gone. At Pinewood Lodge, a small secluded inn in the mountains, far from the glass towers of the city. And for the first time in weeks, Anna knew exactly what she needed to do. The winding road leading to Pinewood Lodge snaked through misty mountain ridges. As the bus came to a stop at a gravel-lined path, Anna pulled her coat tighter around her. In the distance, the lodge came into view, a rustic wooden building, a stark contrast to the sleek luxury of Whitaker hotels. She took a steadying breath before stepping inside. Behind the front desk, an older man with a graying beard looked up. Looking for a room? Anna shook her head. I'm looking for someone. Tom Whitaker. He works here. The man's brows lifted slightly before he nodded. He's cleaning rooms. I'll get him. Before Anna could fully brace herself, a door behind the desk swung open. Tom walked out, carrying a stack of towels. Their eyes met. Tom froze, nearly dropping the towels. Anna held her breath, her heart pounding. She didn't know what she expected. An apologetic look, a hesitant smile. But all she saw was pure shock in his amber gaze. Anna? His voice was rough, disbelieving. She swallowed. Hey, Tom. The lodge manager quietly excused himself, leaving them alone in the hushed space. What are you doing here? Tom finally asked. I don't know, Anna admitted. I just needed to hear the truth from you. Tom exhaled, setting the towels down. I should have told you from the beginning. Anna crossed her arms, studying him. Then tell me now. Tom took a deep breath. I didn't want you to see me as a Whitaker. I grew up in a world where people only cared about money and power. When I left, I wanted to figure out who I was without all of that. And then I met you. Anna held his gaze. "And you thought lying was the best way?" "No," Tom said quietly. "I was wrong. But with you, for the first time, I wasn't an heir. I was just a guy on a bus, someone who liked coffee, someone who loved listening to you talk about art." A cold wind drifted in through an open window, but Anna didn't feel the chill. "Have you changed?" she asked. Tom looked straight into her eyes. "I don't know if it's enough, but I know I'm never going back to the life I left behind." The silence between them no longer felt heavy. It was just two people, once lost to each other, standing in a quiet mountain lodge, trying to find something worth holding on to again. Mornings in the mountains were far quieter than the city. The first rays of sunlight filtered through the pines, casting a golden glow over the still waters of the lake outside Pinewood Lodge. Anna sat on a wooden bench, cradling a cup of hot coffee between her hands. Beside her, Tom sat in silence, watching the gentle ripples across the surface. "Are you planning to stay here forever?" she asked, breaking the quiet. Tom took a deep breath, as if weighing his answer. "I don't know. It's peaceful here, but it's not everything I want." Anna nodded. She understood. In some ways, Tom had found himself here, but that didn't mean he was meant to stay. Setting her cup down, she turned to him. "So, what are you going to do next?" Tom met her gaze, a slow smile forming. "I think it's time to go back to the real world, but on my own terms." A few months later, Tom returned to the city, not to reclaim Whitaker Grand Hotels, but to build something of his own, a consulting firm that helped small, independent hotels compete against corporate giants. Instead of using his expertise to grow his family's wealth, he used it to help those trying to succeed on their own terms. Anna, too, followed her own path. She graduated and landed her dream job at a renowned art museum. But most importantly, they remained together. They took their time. No secrets, no masks. Just two people who had chosen each other, day by day, step by step. One evening, at the first exhibition Anna curated, Tom arrived just as she was feeling the weight of nervous anticipation. "I figured you could use some encouragement," he said, handing her a small wrapped box. Anna opened it. Inside was an antique silver bookmark engraved with Renaissance patterns. "You always talk about forgotten female artists," Tom explained. "I found this at an old bookshop. It reminded me of you." Anna smiled, warmth blooming in her chest. Some love stories weren't about fate. They weren't about grand gestures or fairy tale endings. Sometimes love was simply about a choice, choosing each other every single day, despite everything. It's about a girl who was overlooked by her own family until one broken man saw the light in her that no one else did. Eliza Hartley was the kind of girl who made people pause mid-sentence. Her skin seemed to glow in the sunlight like morning dew resting on wildflowers. Her smile, rare, fleeting, had the power to thaw even the coldest heart. But none of that mattered in the house she called home. Her mother, Carla, often scoffed, "What good is beauty if it can't put food on this table?" Her father, Roy, barely spoke to her. When he did, it was only to bark commands. Chop the wood, fetch the water, stop daydreaming. Her sisters, Lana and Rose, were the pride of the family. They wore crisp new dresses, went to town with perfume in their hair and necklaces around their necks. Eliza wore faded hand-me-downs and spent her days carrying buckets, her hands raw from labor, her feet cracked from walking barefoot across sun-baked dirt. She had no friends, not really. Only the goats she fed behind the weather-worn shed, the breeze that whispered through the trees, and the silence that filled the air after her sister's laughter faded. At dinner time, Eliza waited by the door like a shadow. She only sat at the table once everyone else had eaten. Whatever was left, cold cornmeal, scraps of stew, was hers. She didn't cry anymore. That stopped years ago. Instead, she'd smile gently and say, "Thank you," even when her stomach ached and her mouth tasted like dust. Boys came. From nearby farms, from towns further out. They wanted to marry her. Everyone said she was the jewel of Fair Hollow. But her mother always sneered. "If you can't bring 20 heads of cattle or a full chest of silver, don't even bother." Eventually, they stopped coming. One day, Carla returned from the market with a strange spark in her eyes. "Eliza, pack your things," she said curtly. "You have a husband now." Eliza blinked. "Who?" "A farmer, Matthew Carter. He's crippled, but at least he's taking you without much fuss." Eliza's lips trembled. "Crippled?" Her mother raised a hand to silence her. "You should be thankful someone wants you at all. A girl your age still eating under her daddy's roof? Shameful." That night, Eliza cried into her pillow until it was soaked through. No one came to check on her. She was beautiful, but to her family, she was nothing more than a burden. A beautiful burden. Eliza didn't remember much of the wedding, maybe because there was nothing to remember. There were no flowers, no music, no gathering of neighbors clapping with joy. Just a tired girl in a borrowed lace dress, standing beside a man who leaned heavily on a carved wooden cane. Matthew Carter, her new husband, didn't smile, didn't speak much. He only looked at her, steady, quiet, almost as if he already knew the weight she carried inside. The people of Fair Hollow whispered from a distance. "She must have done something terrible," someone muttered. "Marrying a cripple, they must have given her away," another scoffed. "It's Beauty and the Beast," said a third, shaking their head. Eliza heard them, but she didn't look up. She kept her eyes fixed on the ground, on a small patch of dying grass beneath her feet. When the ceremony ended, there was no feast, no dancing under the stars, only silence. Matt carried a small bundle, a cooking pot, a sleeping mat, a pair of spoons. Eliza followed behind him, her hands empty, her heart even emptier. The walk to Matt's home felt longer than it was, not because of the distance, but because each step felt like a goodbye. To her pride, to her childhood, to the idea that maybe, one day, she could be more than just someone traded away. Matt's cabin sat alone at the edge of a hill, surrounded by overgrown brush and thin patches of corn. But to Eliza's surprise, it was clean. Simple, but tidy. A fire pit outside, a hand-built wooden table, and a mat in the corner. "You can take the mat," Matt said quietly. "I'll sleep outside." Eliza finally looked at him. "I don't need pity." He gave a sad smile. "Neither do I." That night, they slept under two roofs, but shared the same heaviness in their hearts. The first morning in Matthew Carter's cabin was too quiet. Eliza sat at the edge of the thin sleeping mat, her hands resting on her lap. She hadn't slept. The walls around her felt like strangers, bare, wooden, unfamiliar. Her body was in the room, but her soul was somewhere far away. Outside, a rooster crowed in the distance. Birds chirped in the trees. Life carried on. And then the smell of smoke drifted in. She stepped out into the crisp morning light. There was Matt, limping slowly toward a crackling fire, balancing a soot-covered kettle in one hand and stirring pap with the other. He glanced up. "Morning," he said softly. Eliza didn't reply. She turned to go back inside. "I made breakfast," he added gently. "It's hot. You can eat first." "I'm not hungry," she muttered, voice barely above the wind. Matt didn't push. "All right," he nodded, still stirring. Day after day, this was their rhythm. He worked the land, she cleaned the tiny house. They passed each other like wind through trees, present but never touching. Then came the rain. It poured down hard one afternoon, and the roof, already thin with time, began to leak in one corner. Eliza rushed to place a bowl under the drip. As she slid across the mud floor, her elbow slammed hard, and she cried out. Matt's cane clattered to the floor. "Eliza," he shouted, his voice louder than she'd ever heard. He stumbled toward her, forgetting his limp, nearly falling as he dropped to his knees beside her. His hands trembled as he reached for her arm. "Are you all right?" he asked, breath quick, eyes wide. Eliza stared at him, stunned. "Why do you care?" she whispered. "I'm just the girl your pity brought here." Matt shook his head slowly, earnestly. "No, you're the girl I chose, with my eyes open." Her eyes welled up, despite herself. "You don't even know me," she said. "I don't need to," he replied, his voice almost a whisper. "I see how broken you are, because I know how that feels." She turned her face away, but he saw the tear that fell anyway. That night, neither of them said a word, but something had changed. Something had softened. The sun rose slowly over the hills, painting the trees gold and orange. For the first time since the wedding, Eliza stepped outside with a different purpose. They needed salt. It was a small thing, but Matt had quietly handed her a few coins the night before, pressing them into her palm like a secret. "I trust you," he had said with a soft smile. She didn't respond then, but now, as she tied her scarf neatly around her head and wrapped her faded shawl across her shoulders, something inside her stirred. She walked slowly toward the town center. Her feet, once cracked and sore, had grown used to the gravel roads. Her arms, once weak, no longer trembled from carrying buckets. But her heart, it still bruised easily. As she stepped onto the main street, she felt it. The eyes, the murmurs. "She's back? Look who's walking with her nose up. Mrs. Carter now, poor thing. Matt Carter's wife? A tragedy in motion." She ignored them. Eliza moved through the market quickly, picking up the salt and a bit of flour, but just as she turned to leave, she heard a voice she hadn't heard in years. "Eliza, is that really you?" It was Maggie, her childhood friend, the one who used to braid her hair, who once whispered secrets under the willow tree. But now Maggie's voice was loud, sharp enough for the whole market to hear. "So it's true," Maggie asked. "You really married that crippled farmer?" Eliza met her gaze. "I did." There was a pause, then Maggie burst into laughter. "You? The prettiest girl in Fair Hollow? Life really is cruel." Eliza said nothing. She turned and walked away, each step heavier than the last. But when she reached the tree-lined path just outside town, her composure crumbled. She dropped her basket, fell to her knees. The salt spilled across the dirt. Tears came like summer rain, fast, hot, without warning. When she finally returned home, Matt was outside digging around his yam mound. He looked up and saw her red eyes. He didn't speak. That night, Eliza found something new beside the cabin door, a small wooden stool carved with care. It wasn't fancy. It didn't need to be. It was his way of saying, "I see you, I care," and somehow that was enough, for now. It was a regular morning. The fire crackled outside. Matt had gone to tend the field behind the cabin. Eliza was sweeping the floor, humming softly, a tune she hadn't dared hum in years. Then she heard it. "Eliza, come out this minute." The voice hit her like thunder. familiar, sharp, demanding. Her heart dropped. She stepped outside slowly, the broom still in her hand. There stood her mother, Carla, arms crossed, jaw tight with judgment. Behind her were Lana and Rose, dressed in shiny new dresses, holding baskets filled with bakery bread, perfume bottles peeking through the cloth. Carla's eyes scanned the little cabin, the patchy yard, the worn steps. "You should see how disgraceful your life looks now," she spat. "We gave you a chance, and look what you chose." Eliza's voice was quiet but firm. "You forced me to marry him." Her mother scoffed. "So now it's our fault?" Rose chimed in, voice thick with mockery. "You used to look down on us. Now look at you, your dress is torn." Eliza looked down. Yes, it was torn and dusty, but it was clean and hers. Her chest tightened, but she didn't cry. Instead, she asked, "Why are you here?" "To collect," Carla said flatly. "Matthew promised he'd help fix the well. That money, where is it?" Eliza's eyes widened. "He never promised that." "So he's useless in every way, huh?" Carla snapped. "Even the rats in this hut look hungry." Just then Matt appeared, sweat glistening on his brow, a hoe in his hand. He paused at the sight of them. "Good afternoon, ma'am," he greeted politely. Carla hissed, "Keep your gritting, I hope your poverty isn't contagious." Matt said nothing. When they left, the silence was so heavy it pressed down on the cabin like fog. Matt didn't come inside right away. He sat out front, staring into the distance, the hoe forgotten beside him. That night, Eliza woke early. Something felt off. She stepped outside and saw the fence behind the hut broken again. "The goats?" she murmured. Matt was already out there, struggling to fix it with one hand and a dragging leg. His palm was bruised. "Let me help," Eliza said, kneeling beside him. He shook his head. "You don't have to." "I want to," she replied. "You've been doing everything alone. But this is my home too." Together, they worked, tying broken sticks with rope, patching the gaps. A boy passing by laughed. "Eliza, helping fix fences now? Wonders." Matt looked away. But Eliza stood up, faced the boy, and said, loud enough for all to hear, "And you? What do you do for your family, other than run your mouth?" The boy blinked, stunned, then walked away. When she sat beside Matt again, he looked at her with something new in his eyes. Something soft, something stunned. "Thank you," he whispered. She gave a small smile. "You're not weak. They just don't see you." The days turned cold too quickly. Eliza had barely spoken all morning. Her skin was clammy, her breath shallow. By afternoon, she couldn't sit up. Her head throbbed like it was cracking from within, and her hands trembled when she tried to lift the kettle. Matt noticed. He always noticed. He pressed a hand to her forehead and flinched. "Eliza, I'm fine," she whispered. But she wasn't. That night, the fire in the hearth died out early. There was barely anything left to burn, and even less to cook. The cupboard was nearly bare. The small savings Matt had scraped together from selling vegetables and firewood were gone. Still, he moved around the little cabin, searching for anything. A forgotten coin, an overlooked bundle of dried herbs, something, anything, to ease her pain. "Matt," her voice came, raspy from the mat. "I'm so sorry." He crossed the room quickly, his crutches tapping against the wood floor. He knelt beside her, gently cupping her face. "Don't say that," he said softly. "You've done nothing wrong." She looked at him, eyes heavy and filled with fear. "We don't have enough. I don't want to see you suffer because of me." "I'm not suffering," he lied. "But even if I were, I'd still choose you." Her lips quivered, and she reached for his hand. "How much longer can we keep going?" Matt didn't answer. He couldn't. Because the truth was, he didn't know. The next morning, he made a choice. Word had spread that Eliza's parents had been quietly lending money to other families in Fair Hollow. Maybe, just maybe, they'd help her now, not for love, but for appearances. So Matt set out, on foot with crutches, across miles of muddy roads and harsh wind, to the house that once discarded Eliza like an old apron. When Carla opened the door and saw him, her face twisted instantly. "What do you want, cripple?" she sneered. Matt bowed his head, voice trembling. "Please, Eliza's sick. We have no medicine. I need your help." Carla laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "You should have thought of that before marrying her." Then she picked up a bucket of water and poured it over his head. "Leave," she spat, "and don't come back." Drenched, humiliated, heart in pieces, Matt turned away because there was someone at home who needed him more. When Matt returned to the cabin, Eliza was still lying on the mat, her skin pale and glistening with sweat. Her eyes fluttered open when she heard the door creak. "Did you get help?" she asked, her voice barely above a breath. Matt knelt beside her. His clothes were soaked, his hands shaking from exhaustion and shame. He couldn't look at her right away. "So they did help us," he whispered. "They laughed at me. They poured water on me and told me to leave." Eliza's eyes welled with tears. "Oh, Matt," she murmured, her voice breaking. "I never wanted this. I never wanted you to suffer like this." He took her hand gently, pressing it between his own calloused palms. "Don't blame yourself," he said, choking back his pain. "This isn't your fault." But even as he spoke, he could feel the weight pressing harder on his chest. Later that evening, as the sun sank behind the hills, Matt sat alone outside the cabin, staring at the hardened earth. He'd overheard that someone in the village needed help clearing a plot of land before the rains came. It wasn't much, but it was something. At dawn, he rose before the birds did. His limp was worse now, but he forced himself forward, crutches digging into the soil, pain shooting through his joints. When he arrived at the farm, the owner looked him over with narrowed eyes. "You sure you can do this?" Matt nodded slowly. "Just show me where to start." Every step was pain. Every swing of the hoe was a war with his own body. But he didn't stop. Not once. By sundown, he had earned just enough for medicine. Enough for one more chance. By the time Matt returned home, the sky had turned the color of dying embers. His arms ached, his palms were raw, his shirt clung to his back with sweat and dirt, but clutched tightly in his hand was a small paper bag. Medicine wrapped in brown wax paper, and just enough rice and potatoes to stretch through the week. He opened the door and found Eliza still lying on the mat, her chest rising and falling in shallow breaths. She opened her eyes when she saw him. "You're back," she whispered. Matt knelt beside her and gently placed the bag next to her pillow. "I got what you need," he said softly. "It's not much, but it'll help." She stared at the bundle, then back at him, her lip trembled. "You did this? For me?" Matt gave a tired nod. "I'll do it again, Eliza, as many times as it takes." Tears spilled from her eyes. She reached out and touched his hand, her fingers brushing over the blisters and dirt. "You've already done too much," she whispered. "I don't deserve you." Matt shook his head slowly, his voice catching in his throat. "You're everything I need." He gently tucked the blanket around her, brushed the hair from her forehead, and pressed a soft kiss there. That night, for the first time in days, Eliza slept. And in the quiet hum of their little cabin, love breathed, without words, without grandeur, just two hearts holding on. Days passed. Eliza's fever broke. Her color returned. She could sit up again, help with little things, smile just a little. But Matt, he had grown quieter, more distant. There was something in his eyes she didn't recognize. A weight, a silence. One evening, they sat outside the cabin, watching the fireflies blink like tiny lanterns in the dusk. Eliza turned to him, her voice soft. "Matt, you've been quiet. What's going on?" He didn't answer at first. Then, slowly, he turned to her, his eyes reflecting the dying sun. "There's something I need to tell you," he said. "Something I should have told you long ago." Ellison sat up straighter, her heartbeat quickening. "What is it?" Matt took a breath, his fingers curled around the edge of his crutch. "I'm not who you think I am." She blinked. "What do you mean?" "I'm not poor, Eliza. I'm not crippled. I've been pretending." The words fell between them like thunder. "I'm the heir to a family fortune. My father owns the largest farming corporation in the South. I left all of it. I walked away. I wanted to live without the shadow of money, to find love that wasn't bought. Eliza's breath caught. You're not crippled? Matt looked down. No, I trained my leg to limp. I kept it stiff. It wasn't easy, but I had to know if someone could love me without seeing the gold behind me. Tears filled her eyes, her voice cracked. All this time, we struggled, we suffered, and it wasn't even real? It was real to me, Matt said, his voice breaking. You're the first real thing in my life. Eliza stood, her hands trembled. I don't know if I can forgive you, she whispered. I don't know if I can trust you again. They stood in silence. The wind moved gently through the trees, but between them the air was heavy, like something sacred had cracked. Eliza stared at Matt, her eyes shimmering with tears she refused to let fall. Her voice trembled. So all of this was a test? Matt stepped forward. No, it wasn't a test. It was a chance to live, real, to be seen for who I am without the weight of my last name or the power in my family's wallet. She shook her head slowly. But I loved you. I stood by you even when the world laughed at us, and you... Her voice broke. You let me suffer beside you. For what? So you could prove something to yourself? Matt's eyes filled with sorrow. I never meant to hurt you. I didn't know you would mean this much. I didn't know I'd find everything in you. She looked away, her hands clenched. You built this on a lie, Matt. Even if your love is true, how do I trust it now? Matt stepped back, defeated. I don't have an answer, but I'll wait, for as long as it takes. I'll wait for you. Eliza turned toward the door, her shoulders tense, her heart pounding like a runaway train. Before stepping inside, she whispered, I need time. And Matt nodded, silently, because for the first time in a long time, there was nothing left to say, only hope that love would be enough. Time moved in silence. The house she had left behind still sat waiting, like a question she hadn't answered. Days passed like autumn leaves, quiet, weightless, and slow to fall. Eliza didn't leave Fair Hollow, but she didn't return to the cabin either. Instead, she stayed in a small room above the old bakery near the church, watching life go by from a narrow window, heart wrapped in silence. Her mind spun endlessly. Could she forgive a man who lied, even if he loved her with everything he had? Could she live with the memory of every hardship, knowing now it was a choice, not a necessity? And yet, she missed the way Matt said her name. She missed the chair he carved for her, the way he stirred pap without looking up, the way he limped faster when she called. She missed the man, not the lie. Matt, for his part, never came to find her. He didn't send messages, he didn't plead, he just waited. He tended the garden, repaired the fence, cooked for two, though he ate alone. And then, one evening, as the sun melted behind the hills, Eliza returned. She stood just beyond the gate, hands trembling. Matt looked up from the porch, his breath caught in his throat. Eliza. She took one step forward, her voice soft and shaking. I don't know how to forgive you, Matt. I don't even know if I can forget. He stood, unsure if he should move closer. But I love you, she whispered. And I don't want to spend another day pretending I don't. Matt didn't speak. He simply crossed the distance between them and pulled her into his arms. They stood there for a long time, two hearts stitched back together, one slow beat at a time. The months that followed were filled with new rhythms. Matt and Eliza rebuilt their life, this time without secrets. He showed her the truth, not just of his wealth, but of his heart. She didn't ask for riches, and he didn't flaunt them. Together, they planted more, repaired the roof, painted the little cabin sky blue. There was laughter in their home again, real laughter. One spring morning, while sorting fresh herbs by the windowsill, Eliza heard footsteps. She looked up and froze. Her mother stood by the fence. Behind her were Lana, Rose, and a few familiar faces from town, the ones who used to whisper behind her back. Eliza, her mother said, voice shaking, we heard about everything. that you're doing well, that Matt is, well, more than we thought." There was silence, the kind that stretches between generations. "We were wrong," Carla said, tears in her eyes. "We misjudged him. And you." Eliza held Matt's hand, then stepped forward. "I've already forgiven you," she said, "but I won't forget who I am now. I'm no longer the girl who waited by the kitchen door." Her mother nodded. "We see that. And, if you'll let us, we'd like to be part of your life again." Matt stepped forward, calm and composed. "You're welcome," he said gently, "but we don't need saving. We have each other." Eliza smiled, her heart lighter than it had felt in years. "I have everything I need," she whispered, hand on her chest. "Right here." The morning sun filtered through the wooden-framed windows, casting soft shadows on the well-worn rug where Elena Carter had spent most of her childhood, sprawled out with books. The small house in Asheville, North Carolina, exhaled a quiet stillness that only came with goodbyes. In her bedroom mirror, Elena fastened the final button on her cream floral dress, the only piece she'd chosen from her modest wardrobe to bring along. A small suitcase sat neatly by the front door. Inside were unfinished manuscripts, her worn leather notebook, and a few unsent letters written in her careful, slanted handwriting. Elena placed her hand over her chest where her heart was thudding. Not from fear exactly, but from something softer and sharper all at once. The sense that life was about to turn a page. "You keep staring at that mirror like it owes you answers," came Aunt May's voice from the doorway, wrapped in the comforting scent of cinnamon biscuits and quiet wisdom. Elena turned, her eyes shimmering with a mix of nerves and light. "Do I look like I'm trying too hard to be someone I'm not?" Aunt May stepped in, slow but steady, her lined hand resting gently on Elena's shoulder. "You look like yourself, baby. Just the version of you that's brave enough to step into the big wide world. You don't need to fit in. Just be real." Outside, the distant sound of a train whistle reminded Elena that time wasn't something you could reason with. She took a deep breath and glanced at the framed photo on the wall. Her parents, lost in a car accident when she was just 10. Since then, Aunt May had raised her with books, herbal tea, and the belief that beautiful things still existed in a messy world. "I'm scared," Elena whispered, eyes drifting to the red maples swaying in the early wind. "Then be scared," Aunt May replied with a quiet smile. "As long as you keep moving forward, courage ain't the absence of fear. It's walking through it with your heart still beating loud." Elena let out a breathy laugh, but a tear slipped down her cheek anyway. She wasn't crying because she was sad. She was crying because she knew she was leaving behind the only arms that had ever felt like home. Her train to Chicago departed at 9:00 a.m. Miami. Before leaving, she left a note on the kitchen table. "I won't lose myself. If I'm lucky, I'll find even more of me." As the train wheels rolled along the tracks, she leaned her forehead against the window, watching the scenery blur by. Asheville faded into morning mist, but inside her, everything remained sharp and steady, especially Aunt May's final words before their tight goodbye hug. "Don't let the world talk you out of writing with your heart." Chicago was a different song entirely. Fast, loud, and utterly unforgiving. Elena Carter stood motionless on the sidewalk, her small suitcase by her ankle like an anchor in a flood of moving bodies. She had stepped off the train less than an hour ago and was now attempting to navigate her phone's map, which spun in every direction despite her standing perfectly still. The building she was looking for, Hale Tower, rose before her like a massive slab of mirrored ice, catching the morning light and slicing it clean. Every time the revolving door turned, people poured in and disappeared, as if they were born to belong here. Elena swallowed hard. Aunt May had always said, if you stay true to yourself, anywhere can be home. But here, among gray suits, designer handbags, and the rhythm of determined footsteps, she felt like a handwritten note in a world of auto-replies. She stepped into the vast lobby, the soles of her flats tapping quietly against the marble. A security guard glanced at her with polite impatience. "I'm here for Crescent House Publishing," she said, voice soft. "Summer mentorship program." He nodded toward the express elevators. 42nd floor. Use the far right. Elena entered an empty elevator and tightened her grip on her tote. Mirrors reflected her in endless loops, a simple dress, a light scarf, and a face trying not to look overwhelmed. She adjusted her pearl earrings, her mother's last gift. Just before the doors closed completely, a man entered, swiftly, precisely, as though every second he spent was measured in market value. He wore a storm gray suit tailored to perfection, a diagonally cut silver tie and a scent of expensive sandalwood, and something more: control. He pressed the button for the 48th floor without speaking, but Elena recognized him immediately. Julian Hale, venture capitalist, owner of the building, and a figure she had read about in tech publishing interviews. The air in the elevator shifted. Julian glanced briefly at her, just long enough not to be rude, yet long enough to make her pulse stutter. Suddenly, clunk, the elevator jolted, then stopped. The lights flickered and shifted to red emergency mode. Elena froze. Julian tapped buttons. Nothing. He pulled out his phone. No signal. A terse, restrained sigh. "Well, this is inconvenient," he said. Elena laughed before she could stop herself. A genuine, bubbling sound that echoed in the closed space like unexpected music. "Sorry," she said quickly. "That might be the biggest understatement I've ever heard." He turned fully to face her. His eyes landed on her earrings, then her face. Something flickered. Surprise, curiosity, maybe even something softer. "You're new," he stated. "That obvious?" Elena smoothed her dress. "First day. Crescent House." "You're early. Aunt May says being early is on time. Being on time is already late." Something close to a smile ghosted across his lips. Not quite, but enough to alter his features. "I'm Elena," she added, because silence was starting to feel heavy. He hesitated, a rare thing. "Julian," he replied, without a last name. Didn't need to. A soft voice came through the elevator intercom. "Could take 15 to 20 minutes. Please remain calm." Elena sighed and sank slowly to the floor. Julian blinked, startled. "You can stand if you want," she smiled, "but these new shoes weren't made for elevator limbo." He studied her for a long beat, then lowered himself beside her. Not too close, but not far. The warm scent of his cologne filled the space. "Why Crescent House?" he asked. She was about to recite her rehearsed answer about career goals and literary passion, but his eyes, lit only by the red glow, seemed to ask for something real. "Because they're the only ones who didn't just see my zip code," she said, "and because they still believe in stories, not just statistics." Silence, but this time it felt warm, like the beginning of something unfolding quietly. When the elevator finally jerked back to life, they both rose to their feet, slightly flustered. Elena tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Julian adjusted his tie with quiet precision. Neither spoke, but it wasn't necessary. The look he gave her as she stepped off on the 42nd floor. There was something unsaid in it, a note hanging in the air like a melody that hadn't yet resolved. Elena spent the rest of the morning getting acquainted with the publishing floor. Crescent House wasn't flashy, but it felt creative, full of abstract art, antique shelves, and the subtle hum of keyboards tapping in quiet syncopation. Her workspace was a small desk tucked near the tea corner. Less than an hour into her orientation, a front desk staffer appeared at her elbow. "Elena Carter, you're wanted upstairs." She blinked. "Upstairs?" "Julian Hale's office, 48th floor, now." Her heartbeat spiked. Was this a mistake, or just an elaborate thank you for keeping calm in a stalled elevator? The elevator ride up was silent but loud inside her chest. She checked her reflection, reminded herself to breathe. When the doors opened, a woman with sharp eyes and auburn hair greeted her. "He's in a meeting," she said without smiling. "But he asked me to bring you into the waiting room." Elena sat down on a sleek black leather chair. The room was so quiet she could hear the second hand on the clock ticking. Then Julian entered. No jacket, just a crisp white shirt with rolled-up sleeves. Something about him shifted the energy in the room, not with dominance, but presence. "Thank you for this morning," he said simply. Elena nodded, still unsure this was real. "Did you know I'm funding an experimental branch at Crescent House?" he asked. She shook her head. We're building a publishing platform for new voices outside traditional gatekeeping. His gaze didn't waver. I need someone to assist with research, content feedback, organization. It's not a typical intern role, but I think you're the right person. Elena blinked. Why me? Because you weren't afraid to tell the truth, he said. Because you laughed in an elevator. Because you see people, not positions. Silence settled again. Elena, he said slowly, I need someone with intuition, heart, and sharp thinking. I don't usually trust emotion, but this morning, I trusted how you made me feel. She met his gaze. It was true, he didn't know how to express feelings. Just like she wasn't used to being chosen simply for being herself. I'm not sure I'm qualified, she whispered. The rest can be learned, he replied. She nodded slightly. But I should warn you, she said, I sing when I work. Not loud, but it happens, and I make tea the way my aunt taught me, with cinnamon and a pinch of salt. Sometimes I disappear into a book during lunch and lose track of time. This time, Julian actually smiled. Not fully, but his eyes softened. Consider me warned. She stood, hand tightening on her bag strap. When do I start? Tomorrow, 7 a.m. Elena nodded. You're about to have the strangest tea of your life. And she walked out of his office with her heart pounding, not because of the power, but because of something far more rare, a real opportunity from a man who never believed in feelings until he met her. She arrived at exactly 6:50 a.m. The 48th floor lobby was still asleep, lights dimmed low, the silence thick like early morning fog. Elena stood outside Julian Hale's office, holding a cup of her signature tea, cinnamon, a pinch of salt, and honey, Aunt May's recipe. She double-checked his schedule on the tablet left for her the day before. Not a single mistake. The door opened just as the minute hand clicked to 12. Julian stepped out, black shirt, tie loose in his hand, hair slightly mussed, like he'd trimmed sleep to show up for her. You're early, he said. I believe in taking a breath before the world starts. He nodded, eyes briefly landing on the cup of tea resting on her desk. This? Mystery blend. Cinnamon, honey, a touch of salt. My aunt says it starts your day with kindness. Julian took the cup, sipped. He paused, not because it was bad, but because it was unexpected. Not terrible, he said, placing it down. Comforting, like its maker. Elena didn't reply, but her eyes widened slightly, the first compliment from Julian Hale that didn't come wrapped in a command. They worked side by side for hours, day after day. Elena organized schedules, edited manuscripts, researched the indie publishing world. Occasionally, just occasionally, she made Julian laugh with her sincere, unexpectedly clever remarks. He worked as though time were currency, none to waste. But Elena, somehow, slipped into the unnoticed spaces of his routine. Like the way she brought tea at 10:30 sharp, never asked, always right on time. Or the way she left quotes scribbled on slips of paper beside his files. Oscar Wilde one day, Toni Morrison the next. Julian never mentioned them, but one morning she noticed one tucked into the corner of his wallet. 2 weeks passed, wrapped in paper-thin layers of quiet intimacy. Then came a Thursday night. Rain fell like a jazz melody from the sky. Beyond the glass of the 48th floor, the city blurred into strokes of light. Near 9 p.m., Elena was still sorting emails, jazz humming softly from the Bluetooth speaker. Julian hadn't left his office. She knew because she could still hear his typing, slower than usual, and because she'd started noticing he stayed late when something weighed on him. She stood, took the dinner she'd packed from earlier, grilled bread, salad, chicken soup, and approached his half-open door. You haven't eaten all day, she said, holding the bag. This isn't a suggestion, it's an intervention. Julian looked up, golden light brushing the tension in his features, surprised. You always come prepared? Elena. And yes, she replied, placing the meal down. There's tea too, no salt this time. He exhaled, nodded. So, this isn't just about tomorrow's agenda? She took the seat across from him. No. I came because someone had to care enough to remind you food matters. They ate in silence, but the kind that meant comfort, not awkwardness. Later, he said, I'm not used to this kind of attention. Real care doesn't come with an appointment, she replied. It just shows up when needed. Lights flickered. Outside, thunder rolled like drums. Emergency lights warmed the office in soft yellow glow. Elena looked out at the white sheets of rain. So did he. I like storms, she said. They remind me that even the best days aren't perfect. He didn't answer, but she saw him lean back in his chair, for the first time with someone in the room. Are you afraid of anything? She asked. Silence stretched. Then he answered, voice low and honest. Stopping? I'm afraid if I stop, I'll feel too much. She tilted her head. Feeling isn't failure, Julian. It's how we know we're alive. He looked at her, really looked, and his hand brushed lightly against her wrist. Just a second, but her heart forgot its rhythm. She didn't pull away, only said softly, I'm still here, even if you start to feel everything. There was no kiss, no declaration, but in that single moment of contact between two people who had spent their lives avoiding connection, something infinitely more powerful began. That morning, the 48th floor felt unusually busy. Staff were dressed sharper, the meeting schedule unusually packed, and there was a current in the air. Something was coming. Something bigger than manuscripts or business strategy. Elena sensed it the moment she stepped out of the elevator and saw Julian's assistant, Olivia, rearranging the hydrangeas at reception. For the first time, Olivia gave her a faint smile. Marlowe Group's team will be here by 10, she said while adjusting a pedal, and Isla's with them. Elena nodded, masking the flutter in her chest. She had heard the name, Isla Marlowe, several times in internal documents. CEO of a leading digital publishing firm, brilliant, ruthless, and, rumor had it, someone who once had a personal connection to Julian. All morning, Julian stayed in his office. When Elena brought his tea, as always, he nodded but didn't meet her eyes. The distance between them felt thin as silk, but sharp as glass. 10:05 a.m., heels clicked against the marble. Elena was in the break room when Isla entered, tall, brunette, red lips, and a walk that had never second-guessed itself. She glanced at Elena like reading a sentence, then turned away without a word. An hour later, Elena was summoned to the boardroom to take notes. She entered and sat quietly in the back. In front of her, Julian, Isla, and several executives. The tension in the room was tight as wire. The presentation began, graphs, projections, a proposed merger between Hale Capital and Marlowe Group. The goal? To create the largest independent publishing platform in North America. Then came the personal clause. Isla leaned back, arms crossed. Naturally, to solidify the merger structure, both boards agree that a long-term commitment between the two CEOs is ideal. Smiles, nods. Helena froze. Isla continued. A marriage would unify not just resources, but branding and market trust. It's a symbol. Julian said nothing. He neither objected nor defended. He stared at some invisible point on the table. Elena bit the inside of her cheek. She didn't remember much else. Her hand still scribbled notes, but her heart shattered quietly. As the meeting ended, she stood to leave, but Isla blocked her. You're Elena, right? Sweet voice, sharp eyes. Yes. Julian doesn't let people in easily. You must be talented. Elena didn't reply. Isla stepped closer, whispering, This game is bigger than feelings, and Julian knows how to play his pieces. Elena left before Julian could say a word, left behind the tea, left behind the silence in his eyes. Chicago rained that afternoon. For the first time, Elena didn't like the sound. That night, she didn't open her emails. She didn't answer his texts. She lay in bed, replaying Aunt May's old voicemail. Real love doesn't come with promises. It comes with choices, when there's nothing holding them back but the heart. Elena closed her eyes. The ache wasn't just disappointment. It was betrayal, in soft disguise. The next morning, Julian waited for her in the lobby. No suit, no tie, just a man, looking lost. "You know," she said quietly. He nodded. "I was going to tell you. I just didn't know how to start." "Then let me," she said gently. "If I'm just a placeholder, take me out of the equation." "Elena, it's not like that." "Isn't it?" She held his gaze. "You knew this would come up. You sat there in silence like I didn't deserve to know." He swallowed. "I thought if I refused the deal later, it wouldn't matter." "But your silence did," she said, softer now. "I didn't need you to pick me over your business. I needed you to be honest." He clenched his fists. "Then what do you want?" She took a breath, trembling slightly. "I want you to know trust doesn't break with truth. It breaks with what you hide. And it only heals through action." She walked away, leaving Julian for the first time, not as a powerful man in control, but as someone suddenly, deeply alone. 3 days passed. No texts, no emails, no calls from Julian. Elena thought the silence would help her breathe easier, but it didn't. Silence, when it came from someone who had once entered your world with quiet grace, was the loneliest sound of all. She still came to Crescent House, still made tea at the same hour, still read through manuscripts like she was stitching back pieces of herself. The emptiness didn't come from Julian not choosing her. It came from him saying nothing at all, until Wednesday afternoon. The company's big presentation was held in an old hotel downtown. Elena had been assigned to logistics, testing microphones, checking lights, timing the sessions with precision. And then he appeared, Julian Hale, no suit. White shirt, open collar, holding the proposal for the independent publishing platform, the one they had built together between cups of tea and shared silences. People whispered. Isla sat in the front row, lips curled into a faint smirk. Julian stepped on stage. He didn't glance at Elena, but his voice, when it came, was steadier and truer than ever. "I used to think success was something you could measure with numbers, assets, and power." He paused, drew in a breath. "But in the past 3 days, I've learned there's another kind of success. The kind where you give up what's safe to hold on to what makes you feel like yourself." He looked directly at Elena, for the first time in days. "Today, I'm withdrawing from the merger with Marlowe Group, no matter the cost." He looked briefly at Isla. She raised an eyebrow, cool and unsurprised. "Because if I lose the person who reminded me how to feel again, then what's left to win?" Elena stood still, no movement. Barely breathing, Julian stepped off the stage, slowly and deliberately. He walked toward her through the rustling crowd. He didn't reach out, didn't beg. He simply said, voice low but clear, "I don't need you to choose me. I just need you to know I already chose you when no one told me I had to." Elena laughed, tears catching at the edge of her eyes. "You do realize my tea is objectively weird, right?" "That's exactly why," he smiled gently. "I never needed perfect. I only needed real." And she walked toward him, not because he was Julian Hale, but because, finally, beyond all his strategy, he had chosen the one thing that couldn't be calculated, the heart. The cafe sat quietly on the corner of 17th Street, where 2 calm roads met beneath rust-red maple trees. The corner chapter, a wooden sign hung by rough twine, its white handwritten letters a soft invitation for anyone still believing in simple things. Elena placed the ceramic teapot on the shelf, adjusting the lavender jar near the window. Outside, Chicago's autumn had settled in, leaves painting the sidewalks in gold and crimson. The air was filled with cinnamon, cookies, and slow-roasted coffee. At the back of the cafe, Julian tuned the old piano, rescued from a warehouse sale. He was no longer the cold CEO in sharp gray suits, but a quiet man, learning to live slower, smiling with his whole face. Elena watched him, her hand resting gently over her belly, where a quiet, growing life had begun. unfolding like a story not yet written. 1 year, just 1 year since she had walked out of that boardroom, her tears unshed, her heart undecided. 1 year since Julian left Hale Capital, sold his shares, and walked away from the things that once defined him to start over with her, with himself. There had been no grand declarations, no diamond ring, no elaborate wedding, just a rainy afternoon, 2 signatures at City Hall, and a bottle of Aunt May's apple cider waiting at home in Asheville. Happiness, it turned out, didn't need an audience. The corner chapter wasn't just a coffee shop. It was where people came to finish stories that had been left behind. There were shelves to read from, paper and pens for those who needed to write, and soft music nights where Julian played the piano and Elena read her short stories aloud. On snowy days, they closed early just to walk together under falling flakes. On warm mornings, Julian biked out for fresh bread while Elena sat on the second-floor balcony, legs over the rail, writing the first lines of her new novel. Nothing was perfect. Sometimes the cafe was empty. Sometimes the tea was too weak. Sometimes Julian couldn't sleep, haunted by memories of a colder world. But Elena never left him alone with his weariness. She didn't try to erase his past. She simply helped him write what came next, slowly, honestly, with no pressure to make it flawless. At night, they turned off the lights early. Elena read while Julian sat on the floor, legs crossed, fingers wandering across piano keys as she shared her newest ideas. "I'm thinking of a female character," she said once, head on a pillow, hand over her stomach. "She's not strong in the usual way. She's strong in how she knows when to step back." Julian smiled. "Sounds like someone I know." Elena tilted her head, teasing. "Is that your type?" "No," he said, fingers pausing. "I don't have a type. I only have one love, and her I never chose. My heart did." Elena laughed, tears welling, not from sadness, but from the knowledge that a man who once doubted feelings now lived for them, daily. At night, in the quietest hours, Julian would lean down to kiss her belly and whisper what he'd never said aloud. "I'm sorry I used to be so cold, but your mom taught me how to be warm again." Elena heard him, even without opening her eyes. She reached for his hand, squeezed it gently, and left it there. And so, the day would end, not with fireworks, not with drama, but in a way so quiet and beautiful, it made you want to start life all over again, just to be loved like that. Outside the cafe, warm amber lights fell gently over sidewalks scattered with leaves. Julian sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, eyes softly closed. Elena, hand over her belly, had drifted to sleep mid-page. There was no ending to the day, because sometimes the best endings require no goodbyes. The next morning, Julian woke earlier than usual. He didn't brew coffee like he normally would. Instead, he stepped into the backyard, where Elena had planted pots of mint and little white daisies. The wind brushed his collar, cool and quiet, but he didn't turn back. He opened an old notebook, the one he used to fill with investment targets, merger timelines, profitability charts. Now the last few pages had been taken over by Elena's handwriting, quotes, little reminders, and a list titled Things That Actually Matter. Julian flipped to the very end. On the last page, in soft blue ink, was a single line. "Legacy isn't just what you leave behind. It's what stays quietly inside those you love long after you're gone." He read it again and again. And for the first time, he understood, truly understood, what Elena once meant when she said, not everyone wanted to reach the sky. Some just wanted to build a roof wide enough for someone to feel safe under when it rains. The day he met Elena, Julian believed everything had to be controlled, that love was vulnerability and gentleness was wasteful. But now, her softness had done what no billion-dollar deal ever could. It transformed him into a different kind of man, whole, compassionate, more human. And he didn't need the world to know that. He just needed her to know. He needed the child growing inside her to one day know that their father had once been lost, and their mother had been the light that brought him home. That evening, Julian returned to the living room to find Elena reading a letter from Aunt May. The lamp cast a golden glow, soft jazz played from the old radio, and the scent of cinnamon tea lingered in the air. Everything was ordinary, and yet so beautiful it ached. He sat beside her, saying nothing. Elena turned to him, rested her head on his shoulder, as she often did. And they sat like that, making no plans for tomorrow, not worrying if the cafe would be busy next year or if Elena's debut novel would sell, because the only thing they truly wanted to keep was each other. Simple, warm, like a story read in candlelight, quietly, slowly, until the last word feels like home.
The grand ballroom shimmered under the glow of crystal chandeliers, the polished marble floors reflecting the opulence of the evening. Waiters glided seamlessly between tables, balancing trays of champagne flutes, as the elite of Los Angeles mingled, their laughter and polite conversation filling the room. In the center of it all stood Damian Reed, his tailored tuxedo immaculate, his sharp jawline set with tension. His parents, Arthur and Victoria Reed, flanked him like sentinels, their expressions calm but unyielding. "It's time, Damian," Victoria said, her voice clipped and unwavering. "Elizabeth is perfect for you, and this merger will solidify our family's position for generations." Damian turned to face her, his piercing blue eyes flashing with defiance. "I told you, I won't marry someone I don't love. I'm not a pawn in your corporate games." Arthur crossed his arms, his imposing frame towering over Damian. "Don't be naive, son. Love is a luxury, not a necessity. This is about responsibility." Damian's jaw tightened. "Responsibility to whom? To you? To your empire? What about my life?" Victoria's lips thinned into a hard line. "This isn't just about you, Damian. Think of the company, the family legacy. Elizabeth Whitmore is smart, beautiful, and from a family just as influential as ours. She's the logical choice." Damian's retort died in his throat as Elizabeth herself approached. Her blonde hair was styled to perfection, her designer gown clinging to her like a second skin. She smiled at Damian with practiced ease, though her eyes betrayed a mixture of expectation and boredom. "Damian," Elizabeth said smoothly, "I think everyone's waiting for the big announcement. Shall we?" Damian's pulse quickened, his parents' expectant gazes bearing down on him like a vice. His chest tightened as he glanced around the room, searching for an escape. That's when he saw her. A waitress stood by the far wall, balancing an empty tray against her hip as she adjusted a loose strand of hair that escaped her bun. She was dressed in the standard black and white uniform, but there was something about her, her freckled face, her bright green eyes, that caught Damian's attention. In an instant, desperation became resolve. "I already have someone," Damian blurted, his voice carrying over the hum of the crowd. Victoria's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about?" Before anyone could react, Damian strode across the room, his steps purposeful. The waitress, Claire, looked up just as he reached her, confusion flashing across her face. "What are you?" Claire started, but Damian didn't let her finish. He cupped her face with both hands, his touch surprisingly gentle, and kissed her. The room fell silent. Claire froze, her mind racing. She barely registered the sound of gasps and murmurs around her as her tray clattered to the floor. When Damian finally pulled back, a satisfied smirk on his lips, Claire stared at him, stunned. "What the hell was that?" she hissed, pushing him away. "Just go with it," Damian whispered urgently, his voice low enough for only her to hear. "Go with? Are you insane?" Claire demanded, her cheeks flushing with anger. Damian straightened, turning back to the crowd as he wrapped an arm around Claire's waist, holding her firmly in place. "Everyone," he announced, his tone smooth and confident, "I'd like you to meet Claire. She's the woman I've been seeing." Claire's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to protest, but Damian's hand pressed lightly against her side, a silent plea for her to stay quiet. In the crowd, Victoria's face darkened, and Arthur's brows knitted together in disbelief. Elizabeth's smile faltered, her polished exterior cracking as she looked from Damian to Claire. The whispers grew louder, the guests speculating about the shocking revelation. Claire couldn't take it anymore. She twisted out of Damian's grip and stepped back, her eyes blazing. "You're out of your mind," she said loudly, her voice cutting through the murmurs. "Claire," Damian began, but she held up a hand. "Don't Claire me," she snapped. "I don't know who you think you are, but I am not part of whatever game you're playing." The room went silent again as Claire stormed off, leaving Damian standing in the middle of the ballroom, his confidence shaken. Victoria stepped forward, her voice like ice. "I don't know what you think you're doing, Damian, but this stunt will have consequences." Arthur nodded, his tone low and menacing. "You'd better fix this." Damian didn't respond, his gaze fixed on the door Claire had disappeared through. For the first time in his life, he wasn't thinking about his parents, their expectations, or the empire waiting to be inherited. He was thinking about the fiery waitress who had just turned his life upside down. Claire Bennett wiped her hands on her apron as she finished her shift at the diner, the familiar ache in her feet reminding her of the long hours she'd pulled all week. Her second job at the catering company barely paid enough to keep up with the mounting bills, and the looming deadline for her younger brother Jake's school tuition weighed heavily on her mind. The bell above the diner door jingled, and Claire glanced up to see a sharply dressed man walk in. Her brow furrowed as recognition dawned. It was the guy from last night's gala. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her tone wary as he approached the counter. "Claire, right?" Damien said smoothly, leaning casually against the counter. "Yes, Claire," she said, crossing her arms. "The person you embarrassed in front of an entire ballroom. What do you want?" "I came to apologize," Damien began, his tone unusually sincere. Claire snorted. "Great. Apology accepted. You can leave now." Damien didn't move. "Look, I know last night was unconventional, but I have a proposition for you." "Oh, this should be good," Claire said, rolling her eyes. "What could you possibly offer me that would make up for that stunt?" Damien hesitated, then leaned in slightly. "I need you to pretend to be my girlfriend. Just for 6 months." Claire stared at him, her mouth falling open. "You want me to play your girlfriend? Are you insane?" "Not insane," Damien replied, his voice calm, desperate. "Why would I do that?" Claire asked, incredulous. "Because I'll make it worth your while," Damien said, his blue eyes locking onto hers. "I'll pay off your father's medical debts, cover your brother's tuition, and set up a scholarship fund for him. You can walk away from this with your life changed." Claire's heart skipped a beat at his words. "You don't even know me. Why would you offer me something like that?" "Because I need someone who's not part of my world," Damien said simply. "You don't care about my money or my name, and that makes you perfect. My parents are trying to control my life, and this is the only way I can stop them." Claire looked at him skeptically. "So, you want me to lie to your parents, your friends, and probably half of Los Angeles?" "Pretty much," Damien said with a shrug. "And what's in it for you?" "Freedom," Damien said, his tone sharpening, "and the chance to live my life the way I want, without being forced into a marriage I don't want." Claire shook her head. "This is crazy. I can't just drop everything and be your fake girlfriend." "You wouldn't have to drop everything," Damien countered. "You'd keep your normal life, and I'd only need you at events and family dinners. Think of it as a part-time job with a very generous paycheck." Claire laughed humorlessly. "Yeah, because pretending to be someone I'm not sounds like a dream come true." "I'm not asking you to change who you are," Damien said. "Just to play a role for a few months. And in return, your family's future is secure." Claire opened her mouth to argue, but the weight of his offer pressed on her. The idea of finally being free from the crushing debt and giving Jake a real shot at success was almost too tempting to resist. "I need time to think about it," she said finally. "Take all the time you need," Damien replied, handing her a sleek business card. "But don't take too long. My parents are expecting answers soon." That night, Claire sat at her tiny kitchen table, staring at the card. Jake was asleep in the next room, his schoolbook still scattered across the couch where he'd been studying. She thought about her father, the man who had always worked tirelessly to provide for her and Jake, even as his health deteriorated. She thought about the pile of unpaid bills sitting on her counter and the scholarship Jake needed but couldn't afford. The deal was insane, but it could solve everything. The next morning, Damien was sitting in his office when his phone buzzed. He picked it up, surprised to see Claire's name on the screen. "Hello?" "It's Claire," she said, her voice steady. "I'll do it, but I have conditions." "I'm listening," Damien said, leaning back in his chair. "No physical stuff unless absolutely necessary, no getting involved in my personal life, and no surprises," Claire said firmly. "Done," Damien agreed without hesitation. "And one more thing," Claire added. "The second this starts to feel like it's crossing a line, I'm out." "Fair enough," Damien said. "Welcome to the team." As he ended the call, a small smile tugged at his lips. Claire had no idea what she was getting into, but neither did he. For the first time in years, Damien felt a spark of anticipation, as if this crazy arrangement might just be the beginning of something more. Claire adjusted the strap of her designer gown, feeling more than a little out of place, as she stood beside Damien at her first high-profile event. The ballroom glittered with chandeliers and the city's elite, and Claire's every move seemed to be under scrutiny. Damien leaned toward her, his voice low. "Relax. You look perfect." "I feel like I'm wearing someone else's life," Claire muttered through a tight smile, nodding politely to a passing couple. "You'll get used to it," Damien replied, his tone confident. As the evening progressed, Claire's initial discomfort slowly gave way to a grudging admiration for Damien's ease in the spotlight. He navigated conversations with poise, charming his way through introductions while seamlessly keeping Claire by his side. The first real test of their arrangement came during a formal family dinner at the Reeds' estate. Claire sat across from Damien's parents, her every word and gesture under Victoria's icy gaze. "So, Claire," Victoria began, her tone clipped, "what is it you do?" "I work as a waitress," Claire said evenly, refusing to let the disdain in Victoria's expression faze her. "Interesting choice," Victoria said, her lips curving into a faint, condescending smile. Claire set down her glass and met Victoria's gaze directly. "It's honest work, Mrs. Reed. And it's helped me support my family. Not everyone has the luxury of relying on a trust fund." Damien coughed to cover his laugh, clearly impressed by her boldness. Arthur raised an eyebrow but said nothing, while Victoria's smile tightened. Later, as they left the estate, Damien turned to Claire, his grin unguarded. "That was brilliant. I've never seen anyone put my mother in her place like that." "She's not as intimidating as she thinks," Claire replied with a smirk, though her heart was still racing from the confrontation. Their next challenge came from the tabloids. A photo of Damien and Claire leaving the gala appeared in a gossip column the following morning, accompanied by a headline declaring her a gold digger and questioning her intentions. Claire tossed the paper onto the counter in disgust. "Unbelievable. They don't even know me." Damien frowned as he read the article, his jaw tightening. "This is what happens when you're in the spotlight. It's ugly, but it's noise. Ignore it." "Easy for you to say," Claire shot back. "They're not calling you names." Damien's expression softened as he looked at her. "You don't deserve this. I'll handle it." Before Claire could respond, Damien called his publicist, issuing a statement defending Claire and condemning media's treatment of her. When the statement went live, Claire was stunned. "Why would you do that?" she asked. "Because it's the truth," Damien said simply. "And because I won't let anyone treat you like that." For the first time, Claire saw a side of Damien that was protective, even kind. It was a side she hadn't expected, and it left her feeling both grateful and confused. The turning point came during a weekend charity event at a sprawling vineyard. After hours of mingling, Damien and Claire slipped away from the crowd, seeking a moment of quiet. They found themselves in a secluded garden, the soft glow of fairy lights casting a warm ambience over the space. "I needed a break from all that," Claire admitted, sitting on a stone bench. Damien sat beside her, loosening his tie. "You're not the only one." For a while they sat in silence, the distant hum of the party fading into the background. "Why do you let them control you?" Claire asked suddenly. Damien glanced at her, surprised. "Who?" "Your parents," Claire said. "You're a grown man, Damien. Why let them dictate your life?" He sighed, leaning back against the bench. "It's complicated. My father built this empire from nothing. He expects me to carry it forward, to live up to his legacy. But sometimes I feel like I'm losing myself in the process." Claire studied him, her usual sharpness softening. "You don't have to be him, you know. You can build something of your own, something that actually makes you happy." Damien smiled faintly. "You make it sound easy." "It's not," Claire said, "but it's worth it." Her words hung in the air, a quiet truth that neither of them could deny. Damien turned to her, his gaze lingering. "You're not what I expected," he said softly. "Neither are you," Claire admitted, her heart skipping a beat as his eyes searched hers. Before she could think, Damien leaned in and kissed her. This time there was no audience, no ulterior motive. The kiss was slow, deliberate, filled with emotion neither of them fully understood yet. When they pulled apart, Claire stared at him, her cheeks flushed. "Damien." "I'm sorry," he said quickly, his voice low. "I didn't mean to." Claire stood abruptly, her emotions swirling. "We agreed on boundaries. Don't cross them." Damien nodded, guilt flashing across his face. "You're right. I'm sorry." Without another word, Claire walked away, leaving Damien alone in the garden, questioning what he had just done and what it meant. The soft hum of conversation filled the grand library of the Reed estate, where Victoria Reed sat across from Damien in a high-backed leather chair. A fire crackled in the ornate hearth, but the tension in the room was palpable. Victoria leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. "Enough of this nonsense, Damien. When will you end this charade? She's a nobody, and you know it." Damien sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Mother, I've told you before, Claire's not a charade." "Oh please," Victoria scoffed. "Don't insult my intelligence. I know exactly what this is, a desperate attempt to defy us. But you've taken it too far." "It's my life," Damien shot back, his frustration mounting. "Not yours." Victoria's lips thinned. Your life comes with responsibilities, Damien. Ones you can't shirk because of some misplaced rebellion. Damien stood abruptly, his voice low and sharp. I know. It was never meant to last. Unbeknownst to them, Claire had walked into the hall outside the library, carrying a tray of coffee. She paused, the sound of Damien's voice drawing her closer. Her heart sank as she caught the words. I'll handle it, Damien continued, pacing the room. But for now Claire is helping me keep you and Father off my back. Victoria arched an eyebrow. And she's aware of her role in this little game of yours? Damien hesitated. She knows enough. Claire's breath hitched, her hands trembled, and the tray slipped from her grasp, the cups crashing to the floor. Inside the library, Damien and Victoria froze at the sound. Damien was the first to step out, his expression shifting from irritation to shock when he saw Claire standing there, her face pale and her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Claire, Damien started, his voice faltering. Don't, Claire said, her voice trembling. Don't you dare say another word. Claire stormed out of the estate, her heart pounding. Damien caught up with her just as she reached the driveway. Claire, wait, he called, grabbing her arm gently. She spun around, yanking her arm free. So, this was all just a game to you? A way to stick it to your parents? It's not like that, Damien said, his voice desperate. At least not anymore. Not anymore? Claire repeated, her voice rising. So at first I was just your pawn in some ridiculous power struggle. And you didn't think I deserved to know. Claire, listen to me, Damien pleaded. I never meant to hurt you. But you did. Claire snapped, tears spilling down her cheeks. You made me believe. I don't even know what I believed anymore. Damien's chest tightened as he watched the hurt play out on her face. I care about you, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Don't, Claire said, shaking her head. You don't get to say that to me. Not after everything. Damien stepped closer, his tone urgent. Please, just let me explain. There's nothing to explain, Claire cut him off. You used me, Damien, and I let myself get caught up in it like an idiot. You're not an idiot, Damien said firmly. You're the smartest, strongest person I've ever met. Save it, Claire said, turning away. I'm done. That night, Claire packed her things, leaving the apartment Damien had arranged for her. She ignored his calls and texts, determined to put as much distance as possible between herself and the life she had been dragged into. As she sat on the bus heading back to the small apartment she'd once shared with her brother, Claire stared out the window, her mind racing. How did I let this happen, she thought, the weight of Damien's betrayal pressing down on her. She had agreed to the arrangement knowing it was fake, but somewhere along the way it had felt real. And now, that illusion had been shattered. Damien sat alone in his penthouse, the silence deafening. He replayed the confrontation over and over in his mind, the look of betrayal on Claire's face haunting him. She's gone, he said aloud, the words tasting bitter. For the first time, Damien realized just how much Claire had come to mean to him. She had been more than a shield against his parents. She had been a light in a world he hadn't even realized was so dark. And now, because of his lies, she was gone. The penthouse felt emptier than ever. Damien sat by the window, a glass of untouched whiskey in his hand as the city lights twinkled far below. The echoes of Claire's words haunted him, her tear-streaked face a constant in his mind. He had spent years mastering the art of charm, effortlessly navigating the demands of his parents, the media, and the corporate world. But with Claire, it had been different. She had seen through his defenses, her sharp wit and unrelenting honesty, leaving him exposed in a way that no one else had ever dared. And now, she was gone. For the first time in his life, Damien felt the weight of his actions pressing down on him. It wasn't just regret, it was the painful realization that he had fallen in love with her and had let his lies destroy everything. Claire, meanwhile, was rebuilding. Back in her old neighborhood, she poured her energy into starting a community initiative in honor of her late father. The project focused on providing music lessons and mentorship for underprivileged children, combining her love of music with her desire to make a difference. The work was cathartic. It gave her purpose and a sense of pride she hadn't felt in years. Slowly, word spread about her initiative, and local businesses began offering support. You're amazing, you know that? Her brother Jake said one evening, as they painted a classroom in the small community center. Claire smiled, ruffling his hair. I'm just trying to help. Dad would have done the same. Jake's grin widened. He'd be proud. Damien first learned about Claire's project from an article in a local newspaper. The accompanying photo showed her standing in front of a rundown building, surrounded by smiling children. The caption read, "Claire Bennett brings music and hope to her neighborhood." His heart clenched as he read about her efforts, the passion and determination in her words leaping off the page. "You never stop surprising me," he murmured, tracing her picture with his finger. It was then that he made a decision. On the day of the initiative's official launch, Claire was busier than ever. The small building had been transformed into a vibrant community center, and the children were eagerly preparing for their first recital. Local supporters and families filled the space, their excitement palpable. As the event began, Claire took the stage to thank everyone for their contributions. She spoke from the heart, her voice steady even as emotions threatened to overwhelm her. "This project isn't just about music," she said. "It's about creating a space where kids can dream, grow, and feel seen. It's about giving back to the community that gave me so much." The crowd erupted into applause, and Claire stepped back, relieved yet proud. Just as she was about to leave the stage, a familiar voice filled the room. "Excuse me, everyone," Damien said, stepping onto the stage with a microphone in hand. Claire froze, her heart racing as she stared at him. Damien turned to the audience, his expression sincere. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to say something about this incredible woman standing beside me." The room grew quiet, all eyes on them. "Claire Bennett is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met," Damien began. "She taught me what it means to care, to fight for something real. Her strength, her kindness, and her unwavering belief in others inspire everyone around her, including me." Claire's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she stayed rooted to the spot, her emotions a whirlwind. Damien took a breath, his voice trembling slightly. "I was a fool to let her go, but I'm here now, and I'll spend the rest of my life proving that I'm not the man she thought I was." The crowd murmured softly, their eyes shifting between Claire and Damien. "I also have a small announcement," Damien continued. "In honor of Claire's vision, I've partnered with local organizations to expand this project. Starting today, the Bennett Music and Community Center will have the funding and resources to open 2 more locations in the city." Gasps and applause filled the room as Claire stared at Damien in disbelief. He turned to her, his voice soft but firm. "You deserve the world, Claire. I just want the chance to help you build it." After the event, Damien found Claire in the small garden behind the center. She stood alone, her arms crossed as she stared at the fading sunlight. "You had no right to do that," she said without turning around. "I know," Damien replied, stepping closer. "But I had to. You mean too much to me to let you go without a fight." Claire turned to face him, her eyes searching his. "Why, Damien? Why now?" "Because I love you," he said simply. "And because I finally understand what it means to put someone else first." Claire's breath hitched, her walls trembling under the weight of his words. "You hurt me," she whispered. "I know," Damien said, his voice breaking. "And I'll spend the rest of my life making it right, if you'll let me." Claire looked at him for a long moment, her heart torn between hope and fear. "I need time," she said finally. Damien nodded, his expression resolute. "Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere." As he walked away, Claire's emotions swirled. The decision was hers to make, but for the first time in a long time, she felt the faint stirrings of something she thought she'd lost trust. The soft hum of laughter and piano music filled the Bennett Music and Community Center. Claire sat alone in one of the quiet practice rooms, her sketchbook open on her lap. She'd been doodling idly, her thoughts far from the page. It had been weeks since Damien's grand gesture, and though she hadn't given him a definitive answer, he had kept his word, no pressure, no pushing. Instead, he quietly supported the center, staying out of the spotlight while ensuring everything they needed was in place. She thought about the man who had once seemed so shallow, driven only by his own desires. The Damien she knew now was different, vulnerable, genuine, and deeply committed to doing right by her. Claire smiled faintly, her heart warming at the memory of his heartfelt speech. He had risked everything for her, and that realization was impossible to ignore. Months later, the community center buzzed with life as the children prepared for their holiday recital. Claire moved through the crowd, helping a young girl adjust her violin while her brother Jake organized the sound equipment. "Claire," Jake called. "There's someone here to see you." Claire turned, her brow furrowing when she saw Damien standing by the door. He was dressed casually, but there was a nervous energy about him that made her stomach flutter. "What's he doing here?" she muttered to herself before making her way over. "Damien," she greeted cautiously. "What's going on?" He smiled, his hands tucked in his pockets. "Can I borrow you for a minute?" Claire hesitated but nodded. He led her to the main auditorium, where the lights had been dimmed. The stage was empty, save for a single spotlight shining on the center. "What is this?" Claire asked, her voice tinged with suspicion. Damien turned to face her, his expression soft but serious. "I've been waiting for the right moment, and I think this is it." Claire's heart skipped as Damien dropped to one knee, pulling out a small velvet box. "Claire Bennett," he began, his voice steady despite the obvious emotion in his eyes. "That kiss changed my life forever. I thought I was saving myself, but you saved me. You showed me what it means to care, to fight for something real, and to believe in someone, even when they don't believe in themselves." Claire's breath caught, tears already forming in her eyes. "I don't want to waste another day without you," Damien continued. "You've made me a better man, and I want to spend the rest of my life proving I'm worthy of you. Claire Bennett, will you marry me? For real this time?" Claire laughed softly through her tears, wiping her cheek with the back of her hand. "Yes," she said, her voice shaking. "But only if you promise no more drama." Damien chuckled, slipping the ring onto her finger. "Deal." The children and staff, who had been peeking from the wings, erupted into cheers as Damien stood, pulling Claire into a tight embrace. Their wedding was held a few months later in the very community center Claire had built. It was simple and heartfelt, filled with the people who mattered most, friends, family, and the children whose lives had been touched by Claire's work. Jake walked Claire down the aisle, beaming with pride as he handed her off to Damien, who couldn't take his eyes off her. "You look incredible," Damien whispered as they stood before the officiant. "And you clean up pretty well yourself," Claire teased, her smile radiant. The ceremony was a blend of laughter and tears, their vows filled with promises of love, partnership, and new beginnings. As the evening wound down, Damien and Claire shared their first dance under a canopy of fairy lights strung across the auditorium. The room glowed with warmth, the laughter and music creating a perfect backdrop for the moment. "You know," Claire said, leaning into Damien as they swayed to the music, "I never imagined my life would turn out like this." "Neither did I," Damien admitted. "But I wouldn't change a thing." Claire looked up at him, her eyes shining. "That kiss may have started as a lie, but it brought me the truest thing I've ever known." Damien smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "And I'll spend the rest of my life making sure you never doubt that." As they danced, surrounded by the people they loved, it was clear that their journey, filled with missteps, heartbreak, and redemption, had led them to something extraordinary. They had found love, not in spite of their differences, but because of them. And as the music played on, their future stretched before them like an unwritten song, full of promise and harmony. As Damien and Claire share their first dance under the soft glow of the lights, their story reminds us that love can begin in the most unexpected ways. What started as a lie turned into something real, built on trust, growth, and redemption. If this story touched your heart, please like the video and share it with someone who believes in second chances and true love. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel and turn on the notification bell so you never miss another heartwarming tale like this one. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next story that's sure to inspire and move you.
A single dad CEO's car breaks down on a mountain road. A forest girl helps, and... The mountain road twisted through shadowed woods, slick with rain, the headlights of the black SUV barely cutting through the downpour. Wind clawed at the trees, howling like wolves across the ridge. Kevin Stone gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles pale beneath the dashlights. In the back seat, his 7-year-old daughter Ellie lay curled under a blanket, her face flushed with fever, her breath shallow. "Almost there, sweetheart," he murmured, though they both knew that was a lie. A sudden jolt rocked the vehicle. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. The SUV rolled to a stop on the narrow shoulder, surrounded by endless trees and thick fog. Kevin tried the ignition. Once, twice, nothing. He looked down at his phone. No signal. "Great," he muttered, running a hand through his rain-damp hair. Outside, the storm grew louder, more violent. He opened the door, stepped out, and was instantly soaked to the bone. "Stay inside, Ellie," he called over his shoulder. "I'll see if I can flag someone down." But the road was empty. There were no cars, no cabins, just trees and rain and the growing panic in his chest. "Daddy?" came a small voice. He turned. Ellie was leaning out the door, her eyes heavy, skin too pale. "I'm cold." He rushed back, pulled the blanket tighter around her. Her forehead burned against his palm. She was burning up. "We need help," he said aloud to no one. Then, through the sheet of rain, a light appeared. A flicker, then a steady glow. Flashlight. A figure emerged from the woods. A woman in a hooded poncho, carrying a bundle under her arm and a lantern in her free hand. She moved with purpose, boots sloshing in the mud, her eyes sharp beneath the shadow of her hood. "If you stay out here any longer, the girl's going to get much worse," she said, her voice calm, direct. Kevin stood, shielding Ellie instinctively. "Who are you?" "The only person within 5 miles who's willing to help you survive the night," she replied. He hesitated, unsure whether to trust this stranger, but Ellie let out a soft moan and the woman stepped closer. "I have a dry place, warmth, water. You can't stay here." Kevin nodded reluctantly, lifting Ellie in his arms. The woman turned and led them into the woods. The path was narrow, winding through pine and cedar, slick with roots and wet leaves. Kevin followed her closely, cradling Ellie to his chest, her tiny arms around his neck. She barely stirred. After about 15 minutes, a soft light appeared ahead. A wooden cabin stood nestled among the trees, smoke curling from its chimney. The woman opened the door and waved them in. "Lay her on the cot by the stove," she instructed, already moving to light more oil lamps. Kevin obeyed, setting Ellie down gently. The warmth inside hit him immediately, the scent of burning wood, herbs, and something sweet. The woman removed her poncho and hung it near the fire. Her hair was long, slightly tangled, her clothes simple but clean. She knelt by Ellie and pulled a soft wool blanket over her. "Fever's high," she murmured. "Do you have any medicine?" Kevin shook his head. "No, I was just trying to get her somewhere peaceful." She moved to a shelf and returned with a small jar. "Elderflower and ginger tea. It will help bring the fever down." He stepped in between. "Wait, what is that?" "It's safe, natural. I've used it for years." "You're not a doctor," she met his gaze, "and you're not going to find one up here tonight." He hesitated, then stepped back. She sat beside Ellie, coaxing her to sip from a cup. Ellie stirred, swallowed, and sighed. Her eyelids fluttered shut again. Kevin watched in silence. The woman stood and turned to him. "You're lucky I heard your engine die." "You live out here?" he asked. "Full time," she replied, placing the empty cup in a basin. "Name's Mira." He extended his hand. Kevin Stone." Mira glanced at his outstretched hand but did not take it. "Wash up, dry off. Your daughter needs you strong." He looked down at himself, mud to the knees, soaked through. In the corner, Mira had laid out a towel and a dry blanket. He moved toward them slowly, glancing back at Ellie. Mira followed his gaze. "She's safe, for now." He sat heavily in the worn armchair, rubbing his temples. "I was trying to give her a break. She's been anxious. City life is noisy." Mira knelt to stir the fire. "This place is quiet." Too quiet, he muttered. She smiled faintly. You'd be surprised what you hear when you finally stop running. And he looked up, met her eyes. For a moment, something passed between them, an understanding, unspoken but solid. Outside, the storm raged on, but inside the small cabin, a fragile sense of shelter had begun to form. The morning light filtered through wooden slats and soft linen curtains, casting golden lines across the small cabin. Kevin stirred in the armchair, his neck aching from the awkward sleep. He blinked, unsure for a moment where he was, until the scent of cedar, herbs, and burning wood reminded him. He sat up quickly. Ellie? She's here, Mira's voice came from the far side of the cabin. Still sleeping. Kevin turned. His daughter lay on the cot near the fireplace, her cheeks less flushed, her breath deeper, steadier. A cool cloth rested on her forehead. Mira was crouched beside the wood-burning stove, stirring something in a clay pot. Her long hair was tied back now, and she moved with the ease of someone who knew every inch of the space she lived in. Her fever broke a little after midnight, she said without looking at him. That tea helped. She sweated out most of it. What was in it? Kevin asked. Elderflower, ginger, wild mint, willow bark, he frowned. That's not real medicine. Mira finally turned to him, unblinking. It's real enough to help her sleep through the night. Kevin stood. Look, I appreciate the shelter, but I need to get her to a real clinic. She should be seen by a doctor, blood work, IV fluids, not forest soup. Mira stood too, placing the ladle down slowly. Do you see a road outside, a signal tower, ambulance lights? Kevin looked away. She's stable, Mira continued. Better than when you carried her in, soaked and shaking. So maybe trust that she's not in danger right now. Kevin paced, his voice rising. You don't get it. I've spent her entire life trying to protect her. Schedules, safety nets. I cannot afford to mess this up, not even once. Mira walked past him, opened a wooden cupboard, and pulled out 2 handmade bowls. Do you want to stay angry, or do you want breakfast? I want control, he muttered. Mira turned sharply. Then you should have stayed in your city, with your asphalt and blueprints. He froze. She continued, calmer now. You design cities, right? Places where people can live. I preserve the wild, so people can remember how to feel. Kevin narrowed his eyes. I don't need a lecture. Mira's expression didn't change. Neither do I. They stood in silence, 2 worlds colliding in the stillness of a forest morning. Finally, Mira walked back to the stove and began to ladle porridge into the bowls. I built this cabin with my own hands, she said. Everything I eat, I grow or trade. I do not need electricity to be alive, and I do not need permission to trust the earth. Kevin looked down at the thick beams of wood, the handmade furniture, the shelves full of dried herbs and hand-carved tools. You live like this? By choice? Mira smiled. Yes, not to escape the world, but to live in the part of it that still breathes. He rubbed the back of his neck. You're not afraid out here? Of wolves or weather? No. But I'm often afraid of people. That surprised him. Why? Because they see something different and want to change it. He sat down slowly, not far from Ellie. Her little chest rose and fell peacefully. I wasn't always a forest person, Mira admitted, handing him a bowl. I lived in the city once. I know what it's like to rush, to plan, to worry. That's why I left. Kevin took the bowl but did not eat. What made you stay? She looked at him, really looked. One day, I realized I could hear myself think again. They both turned as Ellie stirred on the cot. Mira walked over and knelt beside her, checking the cloth on her forehead. She'll be up soon. Maybe hungry. The fever's going down. Kevin knelt opposite her, watching his daughter sleep. I'm sorry I snapped, he said quietly. I'm not used to this. Mira looked at him softly. I know. He glanced around the cabin again. No Wi-Fi, no phone, no backup plan. It's like you live on trust. Exactly, she whispered. And you? You're a man who builds cities that touch the sky, but your feet never touch the ground anymore. Kevin looked down at his shoes, still caked in yesterday's mud. You may be right, he said. She stood and handed him a clean towel. "Then maybe while you're here, take your shoes off." He gave a reluctant half-smile. The storm outside had passed, but inside the cabin, something more profound was beginning to stir. A shifting of ground, a loosening of walls, a quiet question neither dared to ask yet. What if this pause was not just a detour, but the beginning of a different way to live? By the third day, Kevin had given up on finding a signal. No bars, no rescue trucks, nothing but wind in the trees and the occasional chatter of birds that seemed completely uninterested in his urban urgency. Ellie, on the other hand, had adjusted far too quickly. She was now barefoot more often than not, her once pristine pink sneakers resting untouched near the door. Mira had made her a small satchel out of cloth scraps, and Ellie filled it daily with rocks, leaves, feathers, and anything else she could name or imagine a story around. Kevin watched from the porch as Ellie crouched near a mossy log, Mira beside her, showing her how to spot wild mushrooms and draw patterns in the dirt. She does not even miss the iPad, Kevin muttered to himself. He spent his mornings pacing, trying again and again to reach his assistant, his office, his inbox. Even with Mira's radio, there was no way to call down the mountain. Every failed attempt left him more frustrated, more off balance. The only working thing here was time, and it was not on a schedule. That afternoon, as gray clouds passed overhead, Kevin returned from checking the road, still blocked, still hopeless. He stepped into the cabin to find muddy footprints trailing across the wooden floor, and then came the shriek. "Ellie!" he called. She popped her head in from the kitchen, cheeks flushed, hands smeared with soil. "Yes, Daddy?" "What happened to you?" he said sharply. "You're covered in dirt." "I was helping Mira plant lavender near the stream," she beamed. "She said I have gardener's hands." Kevin's voice rose. "This is not a playground, Ellie. You could have gotten sick or stepped on something sharp." Her face fell. Mira appeared behind her, calm as ever, a faint line of soil across one cheek. "She was fine, Kevin. She was with me." Kevin turned toward her, exasperated. "You should have told me. She's 7. What if something happened?" Mira folded her arms. "You built a city park with interactive sculptures and splash pads so children could play safely in the open. Yet you panic when your own daughter touches a patch of dirt? She's not a blueprint," he snapped. "She's my responsibility, and I respect that," Mira said, voice steady. "But maybe she needs more than protection. Maybe she needs connection." Kevin looked down, his jaw tight. "You think I do not care?" "No," Mira said gently. "I think you care so much that you've forgotten how to let go." He said nothing. She walked past him to fetch a towel and handed it to Ellie, who stood in awkward silence, watching them both. "Go clean up, little bird," Mira said softly. Ellie nodded and disappeared down the hallway. Kevin sighed and rubbed his temples. "I'm not trying to be the bad guy." "You're not," Mira said. "You're just a father who has spent too long trying to build a world that cannot break." Kevin sat down on the edge of the chair near the hearth. "I used to think the more I designed, the more I could control. Buildings, spaces, even emotions." Mira crouched beside the fire, adding another log. "And what happens when the world grows outside your designs?" He looked at her. "You let it grow," she whispered. The fire crackled between them. That night, Kevin stepped outside after Ellie had fallen asleep. The stars were brighter than he had seen in years. No light pollution, no traffic, just wind and crickets. Mira was already there, sitting on the old wooden swing she had tied between 2 trees. He joined her. "Thank you," he said softly. "For what?" "For letting my daughter touch the earth without asking permission." Mira smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "She reminded me of someone. A girl I used to be, before the noise." Kevin leaned back, gazing up. "You really never wanted to go back?" "I went back once," Mira admitted. "I lasted 3 days. I could not breathe with concrete beneath my feet." He nodded slowly. "And you?" she asked. "What would you design if no one told you what it had to be?" He thought for a long moment. "A place where Ellie could run barefoot through grass without anyone asking her to stop." Mira chuckled. "You might be closer to that than you think." In the silence that followed, something between them softened. The line between man and architect, forest and freedom, began to blur. And in that moment, surrounded by trees older than memory, Kevin wondered for the first time if he had finally found the foundation worth building on. Not with bricks, but with roots. The storm rolled in just after nightfall. Rain pounded the roof of the cabin like 1,000 tiny drums, and wind howled through the trees like a wild ancient choir. Inside, the fire flickered low, and the single bulb overhead sputtered, then went dark. Kevin stood near the window, staring at the black screen of his phone. "No signal," he muttered. "No power. Perfect." Mira calmly lit a candle, then another. She moved with quiet precision, placing them along the mantel, casting the cabin in a soft golden glow. "It happens," she said simply, as if the storm outside was just another passing guest. Ellie stirred on the cot, uneasy in her sleep. Mira walked over, knelt beside her, and gently pulled the blanket higher. The little girl whimpered, turning restlessly. Without hesitation, Mira lay beside her, curling her arm around Ellie's tiny body. She began to hum, low and soothing, a tune Kevin didn't recognize. Simple but tender, like a lullaby that belonged to the trees. Kevin watched, unmoving. His daughter calmed almost instantly, snuggling into Mira's embrace. Something tugged deep in his chest. He had never seen Ellie so safe, so still, not even with him. Mira didn't speak, didn't ask for thanks. She just held her, as if she had always been meant to. When Ellie finally drifted into steady sleep, Mira sat up and glanced at Kevin. "She's okay now," she whispered. He nodded, his throat tight. She walked over and handed him a candle. "There's more in the kitchen if we need them." He took it, their fingers brushing briefly. It was the lightest of touches, but it sparked something unnamed. They sat by the fire as the storm raged outside. The candlelight danced between them, painting shadows on the wooden walls. Kevin leaned forward, elbows on his knees, studying the flickering flames. "You're different," he said quietly. "Most people would have called the cops, or told me to go back down the mountain." Mira smiled, but there was a sadness behind it. "Most people aren't trying to outrun themselves." He looked at her, surprised. She returned his gaze, calm and clear. "You didn't bring your daughter up here just to escape noise. You brought her because something in you is tired of the noise." He exhaled. "I guess I thought if I could just build the perfect getaway, the stress would melt off. And it followed me anyway." She nodded knowingly. Kevin leaned back, staring at the ceiling. "I spend my life designing spaces for others, parks, homes, plazas, places for people to gather, to feel alive. But sometimes," he paused, "sometimes I forget how to feel alive myself." Mira looked down at her hands. "I used to study art, watercolor, mixed media. I wanted to open a gallery, bright space, tall ceilings, music playing all day long." "What happened?" Kevin asked gently. "My mom died when I was 20. Cancer." Mira's voice was steady but soft. "She was the only person who ever really saw me. After she passed, I stopped painting. I dropped out, moved here. I thought if I surrounded myself with silence, I'd stop hurting." "Did it work?" he asked. She glanced toward the window where lightning briefly lit up the sky. "No, but eventually the forest gave me something else." "What's that?" "Presence. Pain didn't go away, but at least here, I could feel it without pretending I was okay." Kevin looked at her, really looked. In the gentle curve of her shoulders, in the quiet strength in her voice, he saw someone who had stopped running long before he ever started. "You're brave," he said. Mira raised an eyebrow. "For living without a dishwasher?" "For choosing stillness," he replied. Silence fell again, but it wasn't heavy. It was warm, honest. The candle between them burned low. Kevin turned to her. "I know how to create beautiful spaces, but I'm starting to wonder if I ever knew how to live in them." She didn't respond right away. Then she said, almost like an echo, "Maybe it's time you build something new." He looked at her. "Not a house," she added. "Not a park, not even a cabin." She placed a hand gently over her heart. "Maybe you need to start rebuilding here." The fire cracked softly between them. Kevin swallowed hard. That's harder than drawing blueprints. Mira's voice was barely above a whisper. Then maybe stop drawing and just start feeling. Outside, the storm began to ease, the rain slowing into a soft patter. Inside, two people who had spent most of their lives trying to control the world around them sat quietly, no longer trying to escape, but beginning, for the first time, to stay. The morning sun rose behind thick layers of drifting cloud, casting a muted golden haze across the mountaintops as Kevin guided the SUV down the winding road. The tires hummed steadily on the wet pavement, fixed, finally, but there was no comfort in the smoothness. The forest, lush and ancient, faded further with each turn. In the rearview mirror, the treetops seemed to sway one last goodbye, as if asking him, pleading with him, not to leave. Neither he nor Ellie said much during the drive. The silence wasn't tense, it was wistful. Ellie hugged her stuffed raccoon to her chest, the small, handmade toy Mira had sewn just the night before. Its crooked smile and mismatched button eyes gave it more personality than half the toys she had back in the city. She didn't look at Kevin. She didn't look at the road. She just stared out the window, eyes wide and too quiet for a 7-year-old. Her voice finally broke the stillness. I wish we could stay longer. Kevin glanced at her, his chest tightening. I know, baby. Me too. But Mira hadn't asked them to stay. She had embraced Ellie tightly, whispering something into her hair Kevin couldn't hear. Then she'd turned to him, resting her hand briefly on his arm, a silent, steady touch, and said only, Be safe. The road is long, but some paths find their way back. And now, that road had led them to the bottom of the mountain and back to the city. Everything felt wrong. When Kevin opened the door to their high-rise apartment, the familiar chill of air conditioning swept over them. It used to feel like coming home. Now it felt sterile, over-sanitized, soulless. The gleam of polished floors, the sleek, sharp-edged furniture, the minimalist decor, all pristine, untouched, unlived in. Ellie didn't say a word. She slipped off her boots, leaving small wet prints across the hardwood as she disappeared into her room. Kevin didn't follow. He just stood in the center of the living space, his briefcase still in hand, staring out the massive floor-to-ceiling windows at the skyline he had once loved. The view used to inspire him. Now it made him feel like a stranger in someone else's life. Later that night he tried to work. He sat at his desk, opened his laptop, and pulled up the resort blueprints. The familiar lines and angles filled the screen, perfectly measured, professionally rendered. Sleek towers, infinity pools, private cabanas, a luxury retreat that would rise right where Mira's cabin now stood. It was supposed to be his masterpiece. His name would be on everything. His firm would gain prestige, acclaim. But all Kevin saw was concrete cutting through roots, steel rising where wild lavender had once bloomed, a scar waiting to happen. He leaned back in his chair, exhaled slowly, and pressed the power button. The screen went dark. He sat in the silence, staring at his reflection in the black mirror, and for the first time, he wasn't proud of what he'd built. The days that followed only deepened Kevin's sense of disconnection. Everything in the city felt sharper, colder, louder. He heard the screech of brakes and the endless hum of elevators with a new awareness, like someone who had lived in quiet and was now being shouted at. The walls of his apartment, once admired for their minimalist charm, now closed in around him like a sleek, polished box. Ellie had changed too. Once inseparable from her tablet and streaming shows, she now refused screens altogether. She spent her afternoons curled on the living room floor, sketching page after page of trees, mossy rocks, wildflowers, birds in flight. Mira's face appeared in soft pencil lines more than once, her braid, her boots, the way she knelt by the garden. Ellie slept each night clutching the stuffed raccoon Mira had made for her. In the mornings, her first words weren't about breakfast or school, they were questions about the garden, the smell of firewood, the lavender patch near the creek. Kevin tried to dive back into work, to force focus, but his creativity had vanished. The ideas came flat. Designs that once brought him excitement now felt like soulless geometry. He sat in meetings nodding on autopilot, making decisions he didn't believe in, his mind drifting to streams and stone paths, to Mira's quiet voice and Ellie's laughter echoing through pine trees. On the fourth evening, Kevin came home late and found Ellie on the balcony, wrapped in a blanket too big for her. Her sketchbook was open in her lap, pages fluttering in the breeze. The air smelled faintly of traffic and takeout from a nearby restaurant. "I don't like it here anymore," she said, eyes still on the skyline. "It smells like plastic. There are no crickets." Kevin sat beside her, the ache in his chest familiar now. "Do you miss Mira?" Ellie nodded slowly. "And the firewood, and the stars." And how quiet it felt. She paused, then added, "But not the lonely kind of quiet, the good kind." He followed her gaze to the shimmering lights of the city, a grid of ambition stretching endlessly outward. "You know," he said, voice soft, "I think I forgot how to breathe until I got there." Ellie turned to him, eyes wide and honest. "Then why are we here?" He had no answer. But that night, he stayed up long after Ellie went to bed, standing in the dark kitchen gripping a cold mug of tea. Something shifted inside him, not a whim, but a quiet clarity. The next morning, Kevin walked into the glass-paneled office of the resort development firm. He was greeted with handshakes, espresso, eager smiles. They gathered around a long conference table, waiting to hear about the project. Kevin opened the sleek black folder of blueprints, stared at the lines for a moment, and then closed it again. "I can't go forward with this project," he said. The room froze. "Excuse me?" one of the partners asked, leaning forward. "I'm withdrawing," Kevin repeated. "Effective immediately." "This is a multi-million-dollar contract, Kevin," another voice said. "What happened?" Kevin turned to the window. He saw reflections of suits, chrome, and high-rises, but his mind was filled with trees. "I went to the site," he said. "I met the land, and the people who live there. It's not just wilderness. It's not empty, it's full, and building over it would not be creation, it would be destruction." A beat of silence passed. "You'll be walking away from a lot." He nodded. "I'd rather lose a contract than lose myself." And with that, he picked up his folder and walked out of the boardroom, without looking back. Later that evening, as he and Ellie packed a few bags, she looked up at him and smiled. "Where are we going, Daddy?" Kevin zipped her bag shut and touched her hair gently. "We're going back to the place where we felt alive." She grinned, hugged her raccoon tighter, and whispered, "Back home." Kevin looked around the polished apartment one last time, and for the first time in years, walking away felt like coming home. The forest was no longer just a refuge, it was home. Weeks after returning, Kevin and Ellie settled into a rhythm that felt both unfamiliar and deeply natural. He had traded his downtown high-riser for a small cabin not far from Mira's. It was modest, open to the trees, with wide windows and a roof he'd helped patch with his own hands. It did not echo with silence. It breathed. Ellie began attending the local village school. She came home each day with leaves in her backpack and stories of hiking lessons, seed sorting, and a girl named Juniper who knew how to talk to frogs. Her laughter was louder now, wilder, free. Kevin worked remotely most weekdays. His architecture firm had agreed to let him consult from afar. He designed nature centers, parks, and green campuses, projects he believed in. And on Fridays, when his laptop shut, he shed his city skin and returned fully to the woods. Mira had changed too. She had transformed the old barn behind her cabin into an open-air art studio. Children from neighboring villages came to draw with charcoal, mix berry pigments, and paint leaves with tiny fingers. She called it Nest and Fern, and when she laughed during class, it sounded like the wind through birch trees. They never talked about labels. Kevin never pushed. But everything about the way they lived said one thing clearly. They were a family, not by name, but by rhythm, by presence, by choice. Every Saturday morning they walked the village market together. Ellie ran ahead with a basket too big for her arms, eager to help Mira choose apples and herbs. Kevin carried bread and honey, nodded politely at vendors, and listened to the townsfolk call him The City Man Who Stayed. One such morning the square was especially full. A harvest fair. Musicians played on crates, children danced barefoot, and couples wove through stands of handmade scarves and stone jewelry. Kevin reached for Mira's hand out of instinct, then paused. But Mira didn't hesitate. She took his hand firmly and laced her fingers with his. It was not for balance or politeness. It was not to shield from a crowd. It was a declaration. People turned. Some nodded, some smiled. A few whispered. But Kevin only saw the curve of Mira's lips, the calm in her eyes. She had never been one for grand gestures. She built fences from habit and rarely let anyone too close. But today, in this open space, she held his hand like it was the most natural thing in the world. He squeezed gently. "You sure?" Mira looked at him, her voice soft. "I'm not a leaf in the wind, Kevin. I choose where I grow, and I've chosen." Ellie ran up, mouth full of cinnamon bread. "Can we get pumpkin tea too?" Kevin laughed. "If you can carry the bag." Mira reached down and helped Ellie loop the strap over her shoulder. As the three of them walked back through the market, hands full, hearts light, Kevin realized something. He had spent most of his life designing for permanence. Stone, steel, foundations that lasted. But this fragile, living bond between them, it was the most rooted thing he had ever known. No concrete could hold a family together, but love, grown slow and wild and honest, that could hold through anything. The forest held its breath. Under the towering tree where their paths first crossed, the same one that had once stood silent witness to a broken-down SUV and a woman holding a lantern in the storm, now hung wildflower garlands and ribbons made of linen. Wooden benches lined the natural clearing. The air smelled of pine, lavender, and a hint of wood smoke. It was not a wedding like in magazines. There were no velvet drapes or champagne towers. But there was laughter. There was music, played on fiddle and hand drum by village friends. There were smiles and hands held, and children dancing barefoot in the moss. Mira stood in a soft off-white dress, stitched by a neighbor and dyed with pressed flowers. Her hair was loosely braided with fern sprigs and forget-me-nots. She had never imagined herself as a bride. Not really. Not until now. Kevin stood opposite her, wearing a light linen shirt, sleeves rolled up, boots still muddy from the trail. His eyes never left hers. Ellie, in a light green dress, clutched a folded paper with both hands. Her voice was small but certain as she stepped forward between them. "Today," she said, "I want to say thank you. To Mira for being my roots, for teaching me to draw with mud and to listen to birds. And to Dad," she looked up at Kevin, her voice thickening with emotion. "Dad used to build big cities with lights and towers, but now he builds something even more important. He built a home in my heart." Kevin smiled, his throat tight. "I love you both, and I hope this tree keeps all our stories." Mira knelt and hugged her tight. "It already has, little wildflower." They stood hand in hand as the elder of the village, an old woman with clear eyes and a voice like river stone, blessed their union with words passed down generations. "Marriage," she said, "is not made of rings or promises spoken in grand halls. It is made in firewood stacked for another, in hands held when no one watches, in every silent choice to stay." Kevin turned to Mira, took her hands. "You once told me I should rebuild from within," he said quietly, so only she could hear. "I didn't know then how. But you, Mira, you became my blueprint, my compass." Mira's eyes shimmered. "I used to think I was just roots," she whispered, "stuck, grounded, afraid of the sky. But with you I found something more." She glanced at Ellie, then back to Kevin, voice steady. "I found wings." Cheers broke out as the elder declared them husband and wife. They kissed, soft, warm, surrounded by the scent of pine and the laughter of children. Later, the celebration flowed into dusk. Lanterns were strung from branches, casting soft glows over plates of fresh bread, wild berries, forest stew. Ellie performed a butterfly dance with two other girls. Mira's art students gifted her a giant canvas with a painting of her cabin, a garden blooming wildly around it. Kevin sat beside Mira on the old wooden swing beneath the tree, their fingers intertwined. "You know," he said, "this wasn't in any of my plans." Mira leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Good," she whispered. "The best things never are." A breeze rustled the leaves above them. In the quiet of twilight, surrounded by the people they had come to love, and who loved them in return, it felt like the entire forest sighed in contentment. And as the stars blinked awake, Mira looked up at the tree and smiled. "I once stayed because I was afraid to leave," she said softly. "Now, I stay because it's where my heart has chosen to belong." Kevin kissed her forehead. "Then let's keep building," he murmured. "Not cities," she grinned. "No," he said. "Homes, right here." And beneath the branches that had once sheltered silence, now echoed a promise. That family was not made by blood or blueprints, but by choosing each other again and again, where the heart decides to stay. If this story warmed your heart and reminded you that family is not always found where we expect, but often where our hearts feel most at peace, then you are exactly where you need to be. Thank you for joining us on Kevin, Mira, and Ellie's unforgettable journey, from silence to song, from solitude to home. Let their story be a gentle reminder. Sometimes, getting lost in the forest is how we find what we were truly looking for. If you believe in stories that heal, inspire, and stay with you long after they end, subscribe to Soul-Stirring Stories. More heartfelt tales are just one click away. Don't forget to like, share, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a story that just might change your day or your life. See you in the next story, where the soul meets its echo. Millionaire woman asks a poor farmer for help after her car breaks down. When she steps into his barn, he is froze and falls madly in love with her. The wind howled like a wounded beast, dragging sheets of snow across the desolate country road. Amelia Reynolds tightened her grip on the steering wheel, squinting through the windshield. Her luxury sedan groaned as it skidded slightly on the icy surface before sputtering, then died. The dashboard flickered. Silence. "No, no, not now," she muttered, tapping the wheel in frustration. Her phone had no signal. The storm was worsening by the second. She opened the car door and was met with a blast of wind, so cold it stole her breath. Pulling her coat tight around her, Amelia stepped out into the blizzard. Her black boots sank deep into the snow. She had been driving to a fundraising summit 3 hours outside the city, but her GPS had rerouted her through this rural backroad. Now she was lost. Alone. Freezing. A faint glow caught her eye across the field. A house, maybe. A barn? She could not tell. It was her only hope. Stumbling forward, snow clinging to her lashes and soaking through her coat, she made her way toward the light. By the time she reached the front porch of the farmhouse, her hands were stiff, her lips numb. She pounded on the door, hoping, praying. The door creaked open, revealing a tall, broad-shouldered man in a flannel shirt and jeans. His face was weathered but striking, with a jawline that hadn't softened from years of manual labor. He didn't smile. I'm sorry," Amelia stammered, her voice barely audible through chattering teeth. "My car broke down. I'm lost. I need somewhere warm to stay." The man blinked slowly, his blue eyes cautious. "I don't usually get visitors, especially not during a blizzard." "Please," she whispered, shivering. "If you don't help me, I will freeze to death." There was a long pause before he opened the door wider. "Get in." Amelia stepped inside, her body instantly grateful for the warmth. The farmhouse was simple, wooden floors, a stone fireplace, a worn leather armchair, but it radiated comfort. She inhaled the scent of pine and smoke. "Take off that coat," he said. "You're soaked." She hesitated but did as instructed, revealing a silk blouse now damp and clinging to her skin. He handed her a thick wool blanket from the couch and gestured toward the fire. "Sit, warm up." Amelia collapsed into the chair, wrapping the blanket tightly around herself. Her eyes met his as he knelt to toss another log into the flames. "I'm Amelia," she said, her voice trembling. "Thomas," he replied curtly. "Thank you, Thomas. I didn't know where else to go." He studied her for a beat. "What were you doing out here?" "I was driving to a charity conference," she explained, "in Pine Hollow. My GPS took me this way. I didn't think. It's not safe during storms like this. These roads shut down fast. I figured that out too late," she said with a small, helpless laugh. Thomas returned with a mug of something hot, tea or cider, she wasn't sure. She took it gratefully, cupping it between her hands. "You live here alone?" she asked, glancing around. "Yeah." She nodded. "It's quiet. That's how I like it." The fire crackled between them, filling the silence. "I didn't mean to barge in," she said, her voice softening. "I just didn't want to die in a snowbank." His eyes flicked to hers. For the first time, there was a glimmer of something else. Not suspicion, not caution, something warmer. "No one should be left out there alone," he said. She exhaled slowly, letting herself relax just a little. Later, Thomas brought her dry clothes, an old sweatshirt and flannel pants, too big, but warm. She changed in the bathroom, her designer clothes abandoned in a heap. When she returned, he had prepared a modest meal, soup and toasted bread. She ate in silence, grateful. "I'll set up the guest room," he said. "You'll be safe here tonight." Amelia looked at him, truly looked at him for the first time. There was something in his posture, something guarded, heavy, like a man who had carried too much for too long. "Thank you," she said again, quieter this time. He nodded and left the room. Alone now, Amelia sat by the fire, staring into the flames. Everything felt surreal. Just hours ago, she had been a powerful CEO heading to another event, another polished speech. Now she was a stranded stranger, wrapped in a stranger's blanket, sitting in the quiet heart of nowhere. And yet, she felt oddly at peace. In the hallway, Thomas paused, watching her silhouette from a distance. She looked completely out of place, too refined, too polished for this world of wood and ash, but somehow it suited her. Or maybe it was the stillness in her eyes that mirrored his own. Outside, the snowstorm raged on. Inside, two worlds, wealth and solitude, ambition and stillness, collided quietly, without fanfare, and something had begun. Neither of them knew it yet, but the storm outside was nothing compared to the one that would soon stir inside their hearts. The next morning the wind had eased, but the world remained blanketed in snow. Thick drifts pressed against the windows, and icicles hung from the roof like glass daggers. The farmhouse was quiet, save for the occasional creak of wood adjusting to the cold. Thomas stirred a pot of water over the wood-burning stove in the barn, his movements steady and practical. The main house, he had explained, was under partial renovation, roofing issues that had left the upstairs rooms unusable for the season. The barn, however, was warm, insulated, and clean, its loft transformed into a livable space for emergencies, though it rarely saw use. Amelia stood stiffly near the open stall door, watching the steam rise. She wore the oversized clothes he had given her, flannel and fleece, a far cry from the designer winter coat and heels she had arrived in. Her sleek bun had loosened, leaving soft waves framing her face. Thomas handed her a mug without a word. She took it, cautious but grateful. "Thank you," she said after a pause. He gave a brief nod and turned to toss more hay into the horses' stalls. "Storm's letting up. Roads might be clear by tomorrow." "So I can leave?" she said quietly, not sure if it was a statement or a question. Thomas looked over his shoulder. "If you want to." Silence hung for a while, broken only by the snorting of horses and the rustling of straw. Amelia sipped the tea. It was strong, earthy, nothing like the imported blends she favored, and yet it was strangely comforting. "I've never slept in a barn before," she said, trying to break the tension. "I figured." She glanced around. "It's cozy, in a rustic way." Thomas smirked faintly but didn't comment. They stood there, two people from different universes, bound together by snow and circumstance. The heat from the small stove spread slowly, wrapping the room in a hush that made Amelia oddly restless. She crossed her arms. "Do you live out here all alone?" "Yeah." "No wife? Family?" "Nope." She hesitated. "That's a choice?" Thomas leaned against the stall door, arms crossed now. "Some people choose to build up, some choose to disappear. I guess I did both." Amelia tilted her head. "That's cryptic," he shrugged. "You're not the only one with a story." That stung a little. "Excuse me?" Thomas met her gaze, calm but direct. "You walked in here last night like you owned the world. And maybe you do. But out here, it doesn't matter what kind of car you drive or what boardroom you command." She straightened. "You think I'm just some spoiled heiress who got lost?" "I think," he said carefully, "you're not used to anyone not needing something from you." The words hit harder than she expected. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. He went back to tending the horses. Later that afternoon, while Thomas worked outside, clearing snow from the barn path, Amelia wandered through the quiet stalls, tracing her fingers along the wooden beams. The scent of hay and saddle oil clung to the air. She paused by a brown mare and leaned over the gate to stroke her nose. Through the half-closed stable door, she caught the sound of Thomas's voice, soft, low, speaking to the animals. "She won't stay," he said, brushing down the horse. "Women like that, they always leave when the sun comes out. We don't exist in their world." Amelia froze. "She's beautiful, yeah," he continued, "but that world, it's nothing like ours. She'll forget this place before the ice melts." Something twisted in Amelia's chest. She turned away, retreating quietly to the loft. That night she couldn't sleep. The barn was warm, the blankets thick, but her mind spun with what she had overheard. She didn't know why it bothered her so much. Maybe because she didn't want to be the woman who left and forgot. Maybe because for the first time in a long time, someone had looked at her and seen through the polish, the power, and into something raw beneath. And maybe, just maybe, she didn't want to leave. Not yet. Not before she knew what else was hiding in the quiet gaze of a man who had nothing to offer but shelter and sincerity. The wind howled again that night, rattling the barn doors like an unwelcome guest. Snow lashed against the wooden walls as if winter was determined to reclaim the warmth Thomas had managed to trap inside. Amelia stirred in her sleep, curled beneath layers of thick blankets in the makeshift loft. Her face glistened with sweat, despite the chill in the air, and her breathing had grown uneven, shallow. Thomas had been in the barn, checking on the horses one last time before turning in, when he heard the coughing. Sharp, dry, persistent. He climbed the loft ladder in 3 quick steps. "Hey," he said, kneeling beside her. "You okay?" Amelia jolted awake, her eyes glassy with fever. Just a cold," she whispered, but her body trembled under the covers. Thomas didn't argue. He stood and disappeared down the ladder. Minutes later, he returned with a steaming mug and a folded cloth. "Drink this," he said, gently helping her sit up. "What is it?" she rasped. "Elderberry and honey. Works better than half the stuff you'll find at a pharmacy." She took a cautious sip. The warmth soothed her throat almost instantly. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible. He nodded, then dabbed the cloth against her forehead. "Your fever's not too bad yet, but you need to rest." She blinked at him, surprised at his gentleness. "You always take care of strangers like this?" He shrugged. "Only the ones who might freeze to death in my barn." A faint smile touched her lips. "You're kinder than you let on." Thomas looked away. Don't read too much into it. But something about the way her voice trembled, the way she held the mug with both hands as if anchoring herself to it, something made him linger. "I used to get sick a lot," she said suddenly. He looked up. "Yeah?" She nodded, eyes distant now. "When I was a kid, foster homes, group shelters, some were fine, some were not." Thomas stayed silent, letting her speak. "I remember one winter," she continued, voice thin. "I had strep throat and no one believed me. Thought I was faking it to skip school. I lay in a storage closet for 2 days before a teacher found me." His hands clenched around the edge of the stool, jaw tight. It's fine," she cut in quickly, though her voice wavered. "It's just, sometimes the body remembers what the mind tries to forget." He didn't know what to say. He wasn't used to people sharing this way, so open, so raw. "I don't usually tell people that," she added, glancing at him. He met her gaze. "Why me?" She hesitated. "Because you didn't ask." That silenced him. Outside, the wind picked up again. Inside, the air was filled with something quieter. He reached over and adjusted the blanket around her shoulders, more gently than he meant to. "You should rest." She nodded and laid back down, her breathing still uneven, but steadier now. Thomas remained there for a while, sitting beside her, listening to the rise and fall of her breath. He wasn't sure when it happened. Maybe it was the way the firelight danced across her face, softening the edges of someone who had built walls so high even she forgot they were there. Or maybe it was the way her lips curved slightly in sleep, the way she looked. Safe. He reached out, almost without thinking, and gently brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. His hand froze in midair. What was he doing? This woman was a stranger, a CEO, a force of nature from a world he had long sworn off, and yet... His fingers lightly grazed her hair just once before he pulled away, heart pounding. He looked down at her and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Something terrifying, something warm, something real. She stirred slightly, but did not wake. He stood quietly, tucked the blanket tighter around her, and climbed down the ladder. Back among the horses, Thomas stood in silence for a long time. He had let himself feel nothing for so long. Now he wasn't sure if that silence would ever return. The storm outside had not eased. Snow slapped against the barn walls with relentless force, each gust of wind a scream through the rafters. The horses shifted in their stalls, restless and uneasy. In the loft, Thomas stirred from half-sleep as a harsh, rattling cough echoed through the silence. He was up the ladder in seconds. Amelia sat upright, shaking beneath the thick quilt, one hand pressed against her chest as another cough ripped through her. Her face was flushed, eyes watery. She looked like a woman fighting her own breath. "Hey," Thomas said softly, "you're burning up." "I'll be fine," she managed hoarsely, voice dry and cracking. "No, you won't." He climbed the last step, crouching beside her with a worn thermos and a folded cloth. "You don't have to, don't talk," he interrupted, placing the thermos in her hands. "Drink." The liquid was hot and herbal, not pleasant but soothing. Amelia sipped obediently, too tired to argue. "What is this?" she rasped. "Pine needle tea. Bit of mint. Helps bring the fever down." She grimaced. "Tastes like a forest." Thomas gave a dry chuckle. "That's because it is." He soaked the cloth in cool water from a basin and pressed it gently to her forehead. She flinched at first, but his touch was careful, hesitant, almost reverent. Amelia leaned back, eyes fluttering shut. "Thank you. For this. You're sick. Not like I could ignore it." They sat in quiet for a moment. The wind outside howled, but inside the barn there was a cocoon of warmth, of something unspoken. "You ever get sick like this?" she asked suddenly, eyes still closed. Thomas looked down at his hands. "Once or twice. When I was younger." She turned her head slowly toward him. "Were you alone?" A pause. "Yeah," he admitted. "A lot of the time." Amelia nodded faintly. "I was too." He glanced at her. She opened her eyes, the fever making them glassy, but her gaze was sharp with something else. Vulnerability. "I've never told anyone this," she began, voice low. "I was in the foster system from the time I was 5. Bounced around from one place to another like I was a package nobody wanted." Thomas didn't speak. He just listened. "I got used to sleeping with shoes on, just in case we were moved in the middle of the night. I learned to hide food under my pillow because some places rationed it like punishment. And school? That was just a break between survival." The words came slowly, but without hesitation now, like she'd dammed them up for years. "There was a woman once, Miss Carla. She let me read at the library after school. She never asked questions, she just let me be. I think she saved my life. In small ways." Thomas swallowed hard, throat thick. "Sounds like someone who saw you." "She did," Amelia said quietly. "The first person who didn't look at me like I was trouble." There was a long silence between them, a silence heavy not with distance, but with understanding. "You don't seem like someone who'd let that kind of past define her," Thomas said eventually. Amelia smiled weakly. "I didn't have the luxury. If I let it define me, I wouldn't have survived." "You've done more than survive." Her eyes shimmered. "And yet here I am, shivering in a barn, drinking forest water." Thomas chuckled again, softer this time. She coughed once more, wincing. "Guess I'm still human after all." "You always were." His voice was so quiet she almost missed it. She blinked at him, surprised. Thomas stood up, reaching for the quilt to adjust it over her shoulders. "Try to sleep." She nodded and closed her eyes. He watched her for a moment longer, then turned to leave, but stopped. His hand hovered above her forehead, then her hair. A gentle lock had fallen across her temple. Without thinking, he reached out and brushed it back. Just that, but something inside him shifted. He looked down at her sleeping form, the tension in her brow softening, the corners of her mouth relaxed. There was something so painfully strong and fragile about her, so familiar in ways he hadn't expected, like two different wounds had recognized each other and started to heal. He had never believed in fate, but now he wasn't so sure. He stepped down the ladder quietly, heart unsteady, his own thoughts louder than the storm. Upstairs, Amelia slept on, but in the space between their worlds, something unspoken had begun, and neither of them would ever be the same again. The morning broke clear for the first time in days. Sunlight filtered through the barn windows, catching in soft rays on the dust and hay. The storm had passed, leaving a pristine, frozen world outside. Amelia stood near the front of the barn, phone pressed tightly to her ear, her jaw clenched, her voice tense. "Yes, I know the board is waiting," she said. "Tell them I will land before noon. Just hold them off a little longer. I am on my way." She ended the call, her breath misting in the cold air. Her heels, now scuffed and damp, crunched slightly on the wooden floor as she turned toward Thomas, who stood a few feet away, his arms crossed over his chest. "I have to go," she said. "I figured," he replied, voice flat. "They need me back in the city. I have a meeting that could decide everything I have built." Thomas nodded once. "Of course. People like you have places to be." Amelia flinched, not from the words, but the way he said them, like he was trying not to care. "Thomas," she started, taking a step closer. "These past days, I did not expect—" "You should not stay," he interrupted, eyes fixed on some invisible point beyond her shoulder. "This place, it is not meant for someone like you." She searched his face. "What if I wanted to stay?" He let out a quiet, humorless laugh. "Then you would lose everything. Your board, your reputation, your world. And for what? A few quiet mornings in a barn?" Amelia's heart twisted. "You do not understand," she whispered. "If I stay, I will lose everything." Thomas finally looked at her. There was something raw and wounded in his eyes. "No, I understand perfectly. That is why you need to go." Outside, the engine of the repaired vehicle idled, waiting. Amelia stood in silence for a moment, then nodded. She turned to leave, walking slowly toward the barn door, but just as she reached it, she paused. She turned around, her eyes shining with something she could not hold back. In 2 quick steps, she crossed the distance between them and threw her arms around him. "I do not know why this hurts," she murmured into his shoulder. "But it does." Thomas hesitated for a moment and then wrapped his arms around her. The embrace was tight, fierce, wordless. Then she pulled back just enough to look at him, and in that look something unspoken passed between them, something neither had the courage to say aloud. Amelia leaned in, and they kissed. It was not passionate, not wild. It was slow, quiet, and full of things unsaid. It was a goodbye wrapped in hope, a promise never made, a future never asked for. When they parted, she lingered for a moment, her forehead resting against his. "Take care of the horses," she whispered. Thomas gave a soft smile, always. And then she was gone. The barn door creaked open and slammed shut behind her. The cold rushed in for a second, then faded as the silence returned. Thomas stood still, hands clenched at his sides. He did not move until he heard the sound of the car driving away, tires crunching on snow, fading into the distance. When he finally sat down, it was in the same spot she had rested 2 nights before. He closed his eyes and leaned his head back against the wall, exhaling slowly. The barn had never felt so empty, but it was not just the cold he felt anymore. It was absence. It was love, recognized too late, and it was the quiet ache of a man who had just lost something he never even knew he needed. The city's rhythm returned to Amelia like an old, unwelcome song. The moment her private car pulled up to the mirrored skyscraper, assistants surrounded her, updating schedules, delivering crisis memos, handing her coffee that no longer tasted like anything. Her heels echoed on the marble floor as she entered the conference room. The board was already seated, cold faces, calculated smiles. "We are glad you could rejoin us," one of the older partners said, his tone clipped. Another executive glanced at his tablet. "Media flagged your absence at the charity summit. Investors have been calling since dawn." Amelia sat, setting her hands on the table. She opened her laptop, but her fingers trembled slightly. One board member spoke up, voice sharp. "There are rumors that you vanished to the countryside during one of our most high-profile weeks?" Amelia's lips tightened. "There was a snowstorm. I was stranded." "But you were unreachable," another cut in. "In this company, perception is currency. You, of all people, know that." She stared at the glowing screen in front of her. None of this felt real, None of it felt right. When the meeting ended, she returned to her office, glass walls shielding her from the city skyline beyond. The city stretched endlessly, glittering like ambition itself, but it no longer dazzled her. She sank into the leather chair, removed her earrings, then opened the side drawer for a breath mint. That was when her fingers brushed something soft, a folded square of flannel. She pulled it out slowly. Thomas's handkerchief, the one he had wrapped around her wrist when she was coughing that night in the barn. She had forgotten it in her coat pocket, but never thrown it away. Her breath caught, and then, without warning, tears spilled down her cheeks. They fell silently, soaking into her designer blouse, her perfect hair, her branded identity. She turned her chair away from the city and hugged the handkerchief to her chest. "I am a millionaire CEO," she whispered through the tears, "but I have never felt so empty." That night she stayed in the office long after the lights in the building had dimmed. She did not answer emails. She ignored calls. She just sat in the stillness, feeling everything she had ignored for far too long. The next morning, her assistant entered, hesitating at the doorway. "Ma'am, you may want to see this." He handed her a newspaper. On the front page was a photograph, familiar eyes, familiar flannel shirt. Thomas, standing beside a county sheriff accepting an award. The headline read, "Local farmer honored for bravery in blizzard rescue." Amelia stared at the image, heart thudding. The article detailed how Thomas had provided emergency shelter during the storm and how his resourcefulness had potentially saved lives along that stretch of rural road. It mentioned how he lived quietly, asking for nothing in return. She traced the photo with her finger, eyes watering again. He had saved her, body and soul, and she had walked away. She set the paper down and stood slowly, walking to the window. The skyline no longer looked powerful. It looked distant, artificial. She had built an empire. She had built a name. But it was not enough, because in a barn, somewhere beneath snow-covered hills, she had found something no title could ever give her: peace, warmth, love, and she had left it behind. The gravel crunched beneath the tires of the black rental car as it pulled up slowly to the edge of the wooden fence. The sky was painted in streaks of soft amber and lavender, and the last golden rays of the sun lit the field behind the barn like a fading memory. Amelia turned off the engine, her hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. She had been driving for hours, the handkerchief Thomas had once tucked gently into her hand, resting on the passenger seat beside her. It was just a simple piece of fabric, but she had carried it like it was something sacred, a reminder of something she thought she had lost forever. Her heart pounded. This was foolish, she thought, reckless, emotional. But then she looked out and saw him, and all the logic in the world fell silent. Thomas was near the fence, hammer in hand, securing a loose board. His posture was the same, strong, steady, but something in his expression as he glanced up and saw her changed in an instant. The hammer froze mid-air. His breath caught. Their eyes locked across the field like magnets reconnecting after being apart too long. Amelia stepped out of the car slowly. The wind tugged at her coat and her hair, but she barely noticed. Her heels crunched softly on the gravel as she walked toward him. She stopped just a few feet away. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The last time they stood this close, she had walked away. Now she had come back. Thomas broke the silence first, reaching slowly into the pocket of his flannel shirt. He pulled out the handkerchief. Her handkerchief. It was slightly faded, but carefully folded, like it had never left his possession. "I believe this belongs to you," he said, holding it out. Amelia's lips trembled. She took it with both hands, as if receiving something more than cloth, something irreplaceable. "You kept it?" she asked, her voice soft. Thomas looked away briefly, then back at her. "I didn't mean to. You never could let go of it. Of you." The words hung in the air between them, heavier than the silence that followed. "I came back," she said finally. "I came back because I couldn't breathe in the city anymore. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sit through one more board meeting, one more fundraiser, one more conversation about stock prices and market projections without thinking about This place. About you." Thomas's jaw tensed slightly, as if fighting back hope. "I told myself I left because I had to," she continued, "because my life was too complicated, too public. But the truth is, I was scared." He said nothing, letting her speak. "I've spent my entire life building walls to protect myself from pain, from failure, from needing anyone. But that night in your barn, when you looked at me like I mattered, not because of my name or my wealth, but just because I was human, I realized how tired I was of pretending." She looked up at him, her voice trembling. "I don't want to pretend anymore." Thomas's breath caught in his throat. "I thought I was just a chapter in your story," he said, finally breaking his silence. "A pause between boardrooms and interviews. I thought you'd forget me the moment the snow melted." "I tried," Amelia whispered. "I really tried." Thomas's eyes were glassy now, his voice lower. "You walked out that morning and I stood behind the barn door like a fool, listening to the sound of your car fading down the road. And every day since, I've wondered if I should have asked you to stay." Her eyes welled with tears. "You didn't have to. I never really left, not in here." She placed a hand gently over her heart. She stepped closer, the space between them shrinking until only inches remained. "I don't care if the world thinks I've lost my mind. Let them talk. Let them say I've thrown away my title, my company, my future. Because I don't want a future that doesn't include you." His breath shuddered. "You mean that?" She nodded, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I don't need a CO in my life. I don't need another deal, another accolade. I need the man who made me tea at 2 a.m, who watched over me when I was sick, who talked to horses when he couldn't sleep. I need the man from the barn." Thomas reached out and touched her cheek gently. "You're not lost anymore." She shook her head. "I'm home." And then, without another word, he pulled her into his arms. The wind picked up around them, swirling the scent of hay and pine and memories, but in that moment, it was as if time stood still. They held each other as the last light of the day faded behind them, wrapped not just in warmth, but in something deeper, something real. And this time, neither of them let go. 1 year later, the old barn had a new roof, the garden bloomed with wildflowers, and laughter rang more often in the air. What once was just a quiet piece of farmland tucked away from the world had become a place of transformation. Amelia no longer wore tailored suits or walked across glass floors lined with shareholders. She had stepped away from her role as CEO, not in disgrace or defeat, but in quiet triumph. In its place, she had built something new, the Willow Path Center, a vocational program set on the edge of Thomas's land. It trained and employed formerly homeless individuals, offering not just skills, but dignity. It was the kind of legacy she had never dreamed of, but now could not imagine living without. Every morning she woke to the scent of fresh hay and coffee, and the soft murmur of Thomas's voice outside, talking to the animals as he worked. And every morning she felt something stronger than success: peace. The wedding was small, just like they wanted. It took place on a late summer afternoon, in the middle of the wildflower field behind the barn. No golden chairs, no press, no glitz, only wooden benches, jars of daisies, and a soft breeze that made the grass sway like waves. Thomas stood tall in a simple linen shirt and suspenders, his hands trembling only slightly as he waited. By his side, their youngest rescue horse, a gentle chestnut foal, stood adorned with a garland of soft green leaves and wildflowers. The horse was technically the ring-bearer, though it had tried to eat the ribbon more than once. When Amelia stepped into the field, the entire world seemed to hush. She wore a dress made by hand from natural silk, light and flowing, the kind that whispered with each step. Her hair was loosely braided, dotted with tiny daisies picked that morning by the children she now taught. One of them was Lily, a small girl with curious eyes and a scarred past Amelia knew too well. Amelia had met her during a visit to a shelter, and without a second thought, she had taken her in. As Amelia approached Thomas, Lily suddenly stepped forward, clutching a small bouquet she had picked herself. Her voice trembled, but she spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. "Mama," she said, "you're not a princess." A soft chuckle rippled through the guests. "But," Lily continued, her voice breaking slightly with emotion, "you're the miracle I wished for when I didn't even know how to pray. You saved me. You make me feel safe. You make me feel loved." Amelia froze, her lips quivering, eyes wide with unshed tears. Lily took a step closer and whispered, "I love you, Mama. Thank you for choosing me." Thomas reached out, his hand finding Amelia's, and the two of them stood there, tears streaming, holding on to each other and the small voice that had just given them a gift greater than any fortune. The ceremony was brief, intimate, spoken in soft words and knowing glances. When they kissed, it was not with the fervor of fairy tales, but with the deep understanding of two people who had fought to heal, to rebuild, to trust. As the sun began to set, the fields turned to gold. The guests gathered under string lights and passed plates of food made with love, vegetables from the garden, bread from a neighbor, pies from the bakery downtown. Music played from a single speaker, and the children danced barefoot in the grass. Later that evening, as twilight settled and the stars began to appear, Amelia and Thomas stood at the edge of the field, arms wrapped around each other. "You know," Amelia said, her cheek resting on his chest, "we never did have a perfect story." Thomas smiled. "Good. I never wanted perfect. I just wanted real." She looked up at him. "Do you think we're enough?" His fingers brushed a strand of hair from her face. "You and me, we're more than enough. We're everything." They stood in silence, watching Lily twirl beneath the fairy lights, her laughter lifting into the night like a blessing. Behind them, the barn glowed softly. Inside were blankets, books, the soft nuzzle of horses, everything Amelia once never thought she needed. And as the stars shimmered above, Amelia closed her eyes and whispered, "I'm home." Not because she had built an empire, but because she had finally built a life. Sometimes it takes a wrong turn in a snowstorm to lead us exactly where we belong. Amelia and Thomas came from two different worlds, one of sky-high glass towers, the other of quiet soil and open skies. But when their paths crossed in the heart of winter, what began as survival became something deeper, something real. Their story is not one of perfection, but of truth, of healing, of two souls brave enough to choose simplicity over status and love over legacy. If this story touched your heart, if it reminded you that even the coldest storms can lead to the warmest places, then we invite you to stay with us. Subscribe to Soul-Stirring Stories for more true love, second chances, and tales that remind us what really matters. Like, comment, and share if you believe in the quiet power of kindness and the beauty of lives rebuilt from the inside out, because here, every story is a journey home. Welcome to Soul-Stirring Stories.